Okay, good morning, everybody. I have the pleasure to open this international symposium on the promotion of physical activity through digital interventions. First of all, I would like to express my thanks to our invited speakers. The SENS Lab is more than happy to welcome colleagues whose work has such a deep impact on the field of health behavior change. So many thanks for traveling to Grenoble to share your research with us, and many thanks also to the two speakers who were not able to come today, but who will present online. Welcoming such leading scientists would not have been possible without the support of Université Grenoble-Alpes, and more particularly its International Research Booster Program. Many thanks also to the MSH Alpes, which provides the venue of the symposium and the technical support to broadcast it. Last but not least, I would like to warmly thank all members of the SENS Lab who helped in the organization of the symposium. The SENS Lab is a research team which includes about 20 researchers and PhD students who work on the issue of promoting health-enhancing physical activity in various populations, from patients and athletes to children and employees. Special thanks to Alexandre Mazeas, who will defend in today's PhD on the effects of gamified interventions on physical activity, and who played a major role in the organization of the symposium. Many thanks also to Sandrine Aegi, who took care of the logistics of welcoming our international speakers, to Clément Ginou for managing the communication of the event with the help of Margot de Chanelay, to Solène Lefebvre and Ilyes Saoudi in their efforts to welcome the speakers, to Silvio Maltagliati and Liane Fessler, who will present their work this afternoon with Alexandre, to Valentin, Liane, Margot for their help in the active breaks that they prepared. I will now say a few words to introduce the symposium. The last decade has seen an important increase in the use of wearable technologies, which enable people to track and quantify their everyday behaviors. These technologies are often presented by their developers as a way to help people adopt a healthier lifestyle. However, the development of these solutions is rarely based on scientific knowledge about the motivational mechanisms that are involved in behavior change, and it often relies on the gut feeling that technology is sufficient by itself to motivate people. So the symposium aims at questioning this assumption by examining what can be the contribution of behavioral sciences to the development and evaluation of digital solutions aimed at promoting physical activity. And conversely, the symposium also aims at examining what can be the contribution of digital solutions to scientific research on behavior change. Are they a means to implement behavior change techniques more easily, especially in daily life? Are they a means to evaluate behaviors in a finer-grained manner? Are these solutions adapted to all people, whatever their age or socioeconomic status? Is the virtual presence of others as supportive as their real presence? The presentations today won't answer all these questions, of course, but aim at initiating or at least participating to the process of reflection on this topic. So more specifically, we will listen this morning to Nikos Ntoumanis, Anne DeSmet, and Agnès Helme-Guizon, Romain Debru, and Manel Laroum. And this afternoon to Falko Sniehotta, Guillaume Chevance, Martin Hagger, and members of the SENS laboratory, Liane Fessler, Alexandre Mazeas, and Silvio Maltagliati. Please note that we will include active breaks between each presentation, which can be done here in Grenoble as well as for participants who are online. So let's now start the symposium with Nikos Ntoumanis. So Nikos Ntoumanis is a professor of motivation science at the Department of Sports Sciences and Clinical Biomechanics at the University of Southern Denmark, where he leads the Danish Center for Motivation and Behavior Change.
And put it in other pocket. Okay, thank you. Yes, please. Thank you, Anna. Good morning, everyone. Many thanks to the organizers of this very interesting symposium. I'm very glad to be back in Grenoble. This is my second visit. Today I'll talk about an app that I was part of a team. I wasn't actually the lead person, but I was part of a team that developed an app when I was based in Australia. And that app was used in a physical activity intervention program that we delivered with inactive employees. So I will talk about the process of developing the app, the challenges we experienced, and what we learned from the development process. As Anna mentioned, I'm now based in Denmark, and I'm part of a new center around motivation and behavior change. And one important aspect of this center is about developing new digital products for behavior change. So, as you probably know very well, the use of mobile apps in terms of health behavior change and in terms of physical activity promotion has increased substantially over the years. And there have been, not surprisingly, a number of reviews on this topic, which show that there is a modest effect of apps in increasing physical activity, particularly so when they're used for at least 2 months and they're part of a multi-component intervention. And the START project was actually a multi-component intervention. More recently, there has been an umbrella review of all the systematic reviews in this area, which essentially offer a similar conclusion that apps can be effective for physical activity promotion, but also we need to consider a number of factors, obviously, such as the intervention components, how many intervention components there are, and what kind of components there are, the context in which these apps are delivered, and a number of population characteristics. And what we know in terms of studies that use these apps is that initially there is a novelty effect. A lot of people are using these apps, but app engagement is declining over time. And there's been a review by David Conroy in terms of the behavior change techniques used in these apps, which showed that behavior change techniques are not really widely used in a lot of commercial apps. This project, the STAR project, in addition to developing a new app and using behavior change techniques, as I will explain in a minute, theoretically was grounded on a theory of motivation that perhaps a lot of you are familiar with, self-determination theory, which talks about a need-supportive communication style. And this style is supposed to enhance motivation for physical activity by satisfying people's key psychological needs for autonomy, competence, and relatedness. There's been a lot of work on how this can be done in the health domain, and recently there's been a classification system that tries to identify concrete ways in which healthcare professionals and other individuals working in the health domain could be need supportive. And I was also recently involved in an effort to meta-analyze the effects of self-determination theory interventions in the health domain. And we showed that self-determined self-determination theory-informed interventions can be beneficial not only in terms of increasing psychological need satisfaction and motivation, but promoting sustainable changes in health behaviors and other physical and mental health outcomes. So we did use SDD in our intervention, and we used it not to train significant others to be need supportive, but we incorporated need supportive communication within the app. And we know that we were not obviously the first ones to do it, and we know that need supportive interventions delivered via digital technology means can be effective to change motivation and increase physical activity behavior. So what we did in this project was also to try to deliver behavior change techniques using more need supportive language, and I'll give you some examples in a minute. We know that obviously there is a correlation between app usage and behavior change, but some of the studies at the time we conducted the project that looked at this relationship focus on some surface level data in terms of user engagement. For example, how many clicks, how many times they visited a particular section of participants visited a particular section of the app. But we wanted to identify more in terms of like whether the participants developed new skills and competence in terms of behavior change by engaging with the app. So we actually assessed that in our app. So we used survey questions, the semi-structured interviews, in addition to app usage data. So our objectives at the time was to expand the number of evidence-based behavior change techniques that we saw included in previous apps, and we wanted to take these techniques but also expand the number, and not only in terms of promoting physical activity behavior, but also promoting engagement with the app, and to deliver these behavior change techniques in a more need supportive way. And we used a mixed method evaluation to identify different levels of engagement with the app. And as I said earlier, this app was part of an intervention that it was a peer-led walking program which was delivered in Perth, Australia, and the aim was to improve walking, health and well-being and work-related outcomes among inactive employees. I will not present the results of this trial today. I will only focus on the results related to the app development. So the app development had a number of phases. In the first one, we did alpha testing and beta testing. Using the beta testing, we used think-aloud interviews. We didn't have the funding at the time to develop the app for both operating systems, so we developed the app for iOS only, not for Android. Phase 2, we tested the acceptability of the app. We did surveys, we did interviews, we looked at app usage data, and we also looked at the association between app use and behavioral engagement, and we retrieved step counts from Fitbit devices. And we used questionnaires and interviews to ascertain the perceived impact of the app in terms of changes in working behaviors. So for the app, these were the people in the intervention group of the trial, with 50 workers and 9 peer leaders. Majority were females, and most of the workers didn't meet the physical activity. Actually, none of the workers met the physical activity recommendations at baseline. And the peer leaders were also primarily female, but they did meet the physical activity guidelines. So we use the UMass scale for the survey to measure different aspects of engagement and acceptability of the app. We ask the participants to rate the app in terms of its perceived quality, and we assess its perceived impact on working behavior. We did some semi-structured interviews, and as I mentioned earlier, we use app usage data. And essentially the app usage data was two things. How many times participants will go onto the app and enter the daily steps, and also how many times they will go into the app and log their activities. And the step counts were retrieved by accessing the Fitbit Wellness platform. We didn't integrate the step count data into the app directly for two reasons. A, it was related to the cost of doing so, and B, because we wanted to use the act of the participants entering the data into the app as a self-monitoring technique. We used 17 behavior change techniques in the app, and our choice was based on a number of factors. We looked at reviews and meta-analysis assessing the efficacy of different BCTs in terms of walking, general physical activity and weight loss. We looked at other reviews in terms of app prompts and reminders, what has been used, and we also looked at commercial apps. So based on these three reviews listed in this slide and a few others, we chose 17 BCTs, which are listed here. And these BCTs were applied both in terms of the static aspect of the app, but also the dynamic one. So here are some examples of motivational messages. I'm trying to find the pointer. The laser pointer doesn't seem to work, but anyhow, so we gave different messages for people who met the step count goals and those who didn't, and these messages vary depending not only on whether they met the goals, but also at the different phases of the intervention. And these messages try to support one or more of the three basic psychological needs of autonomy, competence, and relatedness. So some of the key features of the app was the manual entry of daily step count, which, as I explained earlier, was done for two reasons. We had participants to set up not only individual but team goals, which proved to be quite motivating. And we used a number of criteria to identify different goals and we gave them the option of easy goals, medium goals, and hard goals. So here's a screenshot as an example. One team chose as a team goal to walk from Perth to Bondi Beach in Sydney, which is a very long distance. We had reminders. We set daily step counts. We asked the participants to record the walk activities, and the peer leaders were also able to go into the app and record attendance, group walks, and set goals. So here are the results. In terms of the alpha testing, we identify a few fairly minor issues which we rectified. That had to do with some incorrect dates and numbers and the app crashing. In the beta testing, by using the think aloud interviews, show that the major comments had to do with the functionality of the app, the aesthetics, and the information provided. So in terms of functionality, the comments were positive, and just to give you, and the aesthetics were okay. In terms of the information, just to give you as an example, some participants felt that step counts was not something they could easily visualize, so they wanted the information in terms of kilometers, in terms of the goals they had to do. So we gave them some information in terms of how they can convert step counts into kilometers. We tried to take into account some of the feedback they gave us, and of course we had to be pragmatic because some of the feedback was not cheap to implement, but we did accommodate to a great extent comments about the aesthetics and the functionality of the app. Here are some of the results of on a 5-point scale using the UMass and some other questions that we developed in terms of the scale, in terms of the app. The overall quality was fairly good, 3.6 on a 5-point scale. In terms of functionality, aesthetics, information, the mean scores are fairly good. What is perhaps disappointing is that they wouldn't pay for the app, which perhaps it doesn't make, it's not really that surprising given how many good apps are out there. But the overall ratings were actually fairly positive, and for many of us in the team, it was our first attempt to develop a digital product at the time. In terms of the interviews, here are some of the themes that came up. One was that it was fairly easy to use. The other one was the manual entering of the daily step counts, which proved to be divisive. Some people liked it, others didn't like it. They didn't like to enter the step counts. Of course, some people didn't like the fact that it was limited to Apple devices. For those who didn't have an Apple device, we had to lend them one for the period of the project. Another interesting thing that came up, and I would like to briefly mention, is the dislike of technology. These were computer-based workers. They were in front of the screen for 8 hours, and they didn't want to engage with any more technology. They just want to have a break from technology. So, as one of the workers said, I spend my whole day on a computer, so I like to minimize my electronic engagement outside that. On average, participants recorded the step counts nearly 4.5 days per week. They were much better in terms of recording the step counts than in terms of actually recording the plans in terms of when and where and with whom they will work together. They didn't really like doing that very much. Step count goals were achieved on average of 2.3 days per week. We did some analysis, both cross-sectional and prospective, to look at the association between app usage and step count weekly. And we found that there was a significant relationship. So here I have the results from the prospective analysis when we looked at where the relationship between weekly app usage and future step count use, which was significant at both the between and the within level. In terms of the perceived impact of the app on behavior change, the scores on a 5-point scale were just above the midpoint. It did seem to have some positive impact in terms of motivation and changing attitudes and encouraging them to work more, but the mean scores were not that high. In the qualitative analysis gave us some interesting insights. Those who liked the app felt that they benefited, particularly in terms of the experience of competence they received, both through the feedback and through the messages. And competence is a key psychological need in self-determination theory. Self-monitoring proved to be another useful outcome of this technique of this project. a lot of individuals felt that they benefited from being able to self-monitor changes in their behavior. And there was a bi-directional relationship between being able to self-monitor changes and feeling more competent. And there was some individuals reported increased enjoyment and self-determined motivation for walking. Now, towards the end of my presentation, I've got some reflections in terms of how things went. I think looking back, the app was favorably received. It had some good ratings. I'm sure there are other people who develop apps and have even better ratings. But the way for our first attempt to develop a digital product, I think I was fairly happy with. There were some challenges. So not everyone likes using technology. Some people do not like to use more technology than they already use in their everyday life. So we soon assume that everyone likes to engage in digital technology in terms of behavior change. Some didn't like the use of, they have to manually enter the step counts. Others, though, did. So step counts, though, was by far the most popular activity in terms of the app compared to making plans. And one of the reasons was that perhaps making plans was perceived as boring or too repetitive for some individuals, and they had to do it prior to engaging in the walks. Whereas entering step counts also helped with the team goals the participants had, so there was an extra motivation, the social element of meeting the team goals, and that might encourage the participants entering the daily steps much more often than the plans. And obviously, as with probably most interventions of this kind, there was a reduction in engagement over time, which has been documented in several review papers. Some participants told us in the interview that they felt sorry about that. Some participants told us that they felt that the motivational messages were quite useful at the beginning, but later on they didn't feel they needed them as much. They didn't need to engage with the app as much. But I think, I don't know, I mean, I'm happy to hear other people's thoughts. 50% of walkers remain engaged with the app over the full 16 weeks of the intervention. I don't think it's a particularly bad statistic. In an ideal world, the apps have been developed for both phone platforms, and the manual entering of step counts have been optional. So in the future, what I'm thinking of doing is give the option to participants to enter the step counts and explain why this could be a useful technique, but also bypass this option for people who don't want to do it. One challenge we had was that we worked with a private IT company, developed this app for us, and none of the people in the team had any IT background, so there is a sustainability issue in terms of what happened with the app after the trial ended. So in terms of the qualitative results, we found that the app was particularly good in terms of targeting feelings of competence, and we think that this particular psychological need might be very important in terms of future health interventions, thinking of different ways of fostering these needs both at the individual and at the group level. So collectively, both the quantitative and the qualitative data suggested that the app was useful in improving self-determined motivation towards walking, and there was a relationship between using this app and walking behavior. So we had some positive preliminary results. For those of you who want to read more about the STAR trial, on the left is the paper that describes the development of the app, and on the right is the paper that presents the results of the trial. I would like to thank the research team who worked on this project. Professor Nikos Ntoumanis was the lead on this project, and I would also like to thank the funders, the Government of Western Australia, Department of Health and Cancer Council, Western Australia, for funding this project. I would like to thank you for listening to my presentation.
Many thanks, Nikos. We have time for some questions. First here in Grenoble, and then you can also ask questions for people who are online. Yes.
Thank you, Nikos. So you have targeted the walking behaviors. What will be the challenges of adapting the app for moderate to vigorous physical activity, for example?
What would be the changes?
The challenges or
the challenges?
Yeah.
In terms of the, I guess a lot of the stuff we developed in the app could still be applicable in terms of the behavior change techniques. Probably we'll have to look at the literature again and see what BCTs have been shown to be effective with this type of behavior. So that would be one particular change. I don't know whether the group format and the walk leaders will still be relevant for this app, but this app could be used even when you don't have walk leaders. I don't think there will be many significant changes apart from thinking again the BCTs that would be most relevant. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. You mentioned that the app was functional as long as the trial lasted, and you had maybe a problem with keeping it going after funding disappeared for the private company. What do you think we could do about that?
Well, it's a good question. So, I mean, one of the reasons that we haven't continued was because also some members of the team moved from Australia to Denmark. So what we're trying to do now in Denmark is to engage with the university so that all platforms and digital products are developed in-house, so there is a sustainability. So I think that's one way of addressing this problem. Yes.
Thank you. Other questions?
Did you find some difference between the workers who remain engaged in the app and the others?
What kind of difference, qualitative or quantitative? We didn't quantitatively. The only analysis we did was that we compare app usage with working behavior. In terms of some of the ratings, in terms of functionality and aesthetics and everything, it's a good question. I don't know the answer.
Maybe in characteristic, socio-demographic or other stuff to plan what works for who.
Yeah. I can't remember, and I don't know, but what I remember looking back at the paper before I did this presentation was that even those who were not engaged throughout the 16 weeks, it wasn't because they felt the app wasn't useful. A few people in the interviews told us that they got most of what they needed from the app in terms of motivation and forming groups at the beginning, and they didn't feel they needed the app as much as the second part of the intervention. But it's a good point. So I don't have a complete answer, I'm afraid, to your question. We didn't do any quantitative analysis.
Or maybe evaluate motivation before and to see the stage of motivation. And,
yeah, that would be good to do.
That.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Thank you very much, Nikos, for your presentation of this app. I have a question about the content of this application. I don't know what is the main difference between your application and the other application you can find in the Apple Store, for example. There are different applications who help people to be more physically active. Can you explain me what is the main difference? Is it just to the supportive behavior style, or is there other behavior change technique inside the app? And did you compare the efficiency of your app with other typical apps you can find in the Apple Store, for example?
No, the answer to the last question is no. I guess the difference between our app and the apps that were available at the time we got the funding was that not only that we tried to include more self-determination in terms of how the messages were delivered and how in terms of changing behavior and in terms of engaging with the app, but also I think we included many more BCDs that what is typically available in commercial apps, and the choice of our BCDs was informed by systematic reviews and meta-analysis at the time in terms of which are the most effective for walking, but also in terms of user engagement with digital products. So, and I think I mentioned some of them at the beginning of my talk, probably I'm going to. Yes, I guess these are some of the key aspects, and also I'm not sure how many of these commercial apps use peer leaders, so the peer leaders were also able to interact with the workers and set goals and provide feedback in the study. So these were some of the key differences, I guess.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes.
Thank you. Do you have any idea about the effect of such apps on the possibility that people can internalize self-regulated behavior? They can be self-regulated without the need to use apps from your study or from the literature. What could be the effect of such apps to develop more self-regulated behavior?
Well, one of the papers I put up was a review by Yardley looking at engagement with digital products over time and how it's declined. And there are many reasons for that. One is the novelty effect decreases, but also some people say, similar to our study, that they get what they need out of the app, they get more motivated, self-regulated as you called it perhaps, and they don't feel they get much out of the app after a while. So the app serves as an initial tool to help them make the transition to a more active lifestyle, and then they don't need it as much. So yeah, did I answer my question? Yeah, for some individuals it helps.
In fact, more specifically, do you think such app can help people to goal settings, to be able to planning their physical activity, to be able to all self-regulated behavior, all the BCTs by themselves without the app, the use of the apps?
Some people in our study said yes. I guess even for those people who maybe find it difficult to do it on their own, perhaps by using this kind of app, they get some experience and then they can use it with new apps, new products are developed all the time. So Google now has a new product at the moment which helps people trying to meet the WHO recommendations. So it provides some sort of training, in digital training using BCDs. that could be carried on with future products in the future. So I think that there is some possibility here of, yes, helping these people to develop some literacy, so to speak, in terms of using BCTs. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. I have a question. You observed that some people disliked technology or did not want to use more technology. Did you examine if there are relationships with participants' characteristics, I don't know, age, socioeconomic status? Or
Yeah, so our sample wasn't very diverse. We're all office workers working in central business district in Perth. So in terms of faces, there wasn't really that much variety. And they were all office workers. So they were in front of the screen many hours every day. And that's why some of them disliked using more technology during their leisure time.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more questions here, we are going to listen to questions online.
Okay. So I have 3 questions for you, Nikos, from the YouTube chat. So the first one is a question. Can we apply smart wearable technology to promote healthy lifestyle in countries like in Pakistani context? As we have no proper research and statistic about that. And if we are doing research, so what would be the potential challenges to this kind of context?
Can you repeat the first part of the question, please?
Yeah. Can we apply smart wearable technologies to promote healthy lifestyle in Pakistani context? You know, in this kind of context, very, very difficult context. A tough one to begin, yeah.
I haven't really worked in that context, so I can't really talk as an expert. I've never worked with this kind of populations. So my answer would be partly an educated guess. I'll say that obviously some literacy with digital products is important because the degree of literacy will determine to some extent the uptake and the engagement with the intervention. Maybe there are certain segments of the society, maybe I'm stereotyping here, younger people might be more willing to engage. Personally, I think, and that's a broader question, broader statement than what the question implies, I don't think we should deliver exclusively digital interventions for behavior change if we have the option for some more personal face-to-face or group activities. I think digital interventions should supplement this more personal form of communication and interaction for better results. So to answer the question, potentially depends on a number of different factors. It could supplement some other efforts to get people active that use more traditional forms of intervention, including more face-to-face contact. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It was a question of Taslim Arif, and I have now a question about is step count a reliable way to measure app efficacy?
Well, it's a good question. It wasn't the only measure we had, but I guess if the emphasis of a project is to change behavior, step count is a pretty good indicator of behavior, of the target behavior. It wasn't the only one. So I would say, yeah, yes. Given the purposes of the project. And obviously the overall trial didn't just look at walking behavior, we had a number of other outcomes.
Okay. So it was a question of Christophe Pizon, and the last one is from Guillaume Chevance. So Guillaume is curious to know if do you see the transition toward digital behavior change intervention in the field because you see a real value in it, or because it's more funding for these projects today?
That's a good question. Well, I guess if I'm to be completely honest, it's a bit of both, right? I mean, and probably people who deny the latter are not being honest. But I do think that obviously that with the technology developing all the time and being better and perhaps taking even more of our time, everyday time, it gives us some opportunity to do things at scale that we cannot do face to face. We can reach people at a time that is more convenient for them. Perhaps we can deliver interventions in a more cost-effective ways. We can reach remote communities. There are a lot of things that we can do with digital products. We can develop ways that products that then we can more easily used by others. So there is some sustainability compared to some face-to-face interventions where the problem is that you have the experts coming, delivering some training, and then there's an issue in terms of long-term effects. There are a lot of advantages that we can have by developing these digital interventions, in addition to getting funding, in terms of implementation and sustainability and impact. As I said personally, where possible, we should supplement these forms of intervention with some sort of more personal interaction.
Okay, thank you. It was the last question.
Okay, so now we are going to do the first active break of the day, and it's Layan, I think, who.
Okay, hello everyone. So I will be one of your active break coach today. Don't worry, I'm a professional. I know it's early, it's not 10 a.m. yet, so we're gonna just gently active our body. If you can please stand up. You can do it at home too, on the live. Okay. And we're gonna start gently to wake up our body, to warm up the neck for those who can. Sorry, Elodie. Okay. Can warm up the neck like this. Then to the right, to the left. Okay. A little bit the shoulders. And the other sense. Okay, and now we're gonna add the arms. Try to don't punch your neighbor. It will be great. Take some place. Okay, now we're gonna put our hands on our hip and doing like Shakira, you know, like this. I hope there is someone who filmed the scene. Okay, in the other sense. Okay, now we're gonna try to do some partial squats just to warm up a little bit the knees, like this. I had some bones here. Okay. Okay, and now the ankles, the calves. We're gonna raise them a little bit. Okay, and we're gonna try to increase the speed. Okay, we're gonna try to add the arms now, like this. Okay. Now, this way. Yeah. Okay, and we can rest. How do you feel? Great? Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Layan. So after this warm-up, we are going to listen to Anne DeSmet. Anne DeSmet is a professor in health psychology, health behavior change at the Université Libre de Bruxelles.
Thank you. Is it working? Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Thanks for having me here today. So indeed, as Aina mentioned, I work at the Université Libre de Bruxelles. In Belgium, I also work at the University of Antwerp. But some of the work that I will present was actually developed at the Ghent University, which is where I worked before. So when I did my PhD was on serious games for healthy lifestyle promotion. And at the time, we also developed a serious game ourselves on cyberbullying. And we were very optimistic, and we thought we were very creative. So some sunny afternoon, just the colleagues sat together and developed the dialogue and the storyline, and we thought we were doing great. But then it was implemented in the game, and we thought, no way, we ourselves would not even play it. So we realized that it was very important to get the fun, the entertainment features right, and we saw the potential of having entertainment techniques to increase user engagement. If we want people to use our tools, we need to make sure that they're attractive. So as already mentioned also by Nikos, we know that digital tools can be effective for healthy lifestyle promotion, that there are variations in effect sizes between studies and also between populations. And that one of the conditions for a tool to be effective is that there is sufficient user engagement, either objective engagement in terms of usage, in terms of adherence, but also a subjective or experiential engagement in terms of attention, interest, positive affect, immersion, and so on. And that this is actually a challenge for digital interventions where there is no face-to-face support, where there's no encouragement, no live encouragement, and that actually there are certain approaches, certain techniques that can help us increase this user engagement, such as including reminders, monitoring, notifications, but also things like entertainment features, such as gamification. And so this is the focus of my talk today. I'd like to talk about three cases, three projects we did, or that my colleagues did, where we included entertainment features to try and increase user engagement. So I will not be talking much about the efficacy of the tools, but some of those things have been published already. I'll focus mostly on the user engagement. And so first project I'll talk about is the #LifeGoals app that included a daily drama, a little soap series, and automated chatbot. A second one is the Smart Life exergame, and the third one is the use of humor in health promotion. So the first project I want to talk about is the #LifeGoals, which was conducted at Ghent University in collaboration with Geert Combe and Greet Cardon. And most of the insights that we have in this project are actually thanks to the two PhD students on the project, Carmen Peuters and Laura Maanhout. And so what was #LifeGoals about? It was an intervention to promote mental health via the encouragement of healthy lifestyles. So we know that physical activity, low sedentary behavior, healthy diet, and sufficient sleep duration can have a positive impact on our mental health. So we developed an app for young adolescents to promote their mental health via these healthy lifestyles. It was also marketed or communicated to the adolescents as a healthy lifestyle app and not as a mental health app. It was not. It was intended as a mental health promotion tool, not as a prevention tool, for example, for kids who are at risk of poor mental health. And so we aimed this at 12 to 15-year-olds, which is the age where half of mental health problems first occur. So it was a self-regulation app focusing on these 4 health behaviors, and the kids could choose which of these behaviors they wanted to work on. And so the self-regulation part was intended to help them translate their positive intentions into behavior. We also wanted to reach adolescents who might not have a positive intention yet, who might not be motivated to work on one of these health behaviors. And so we did this via a narrative, so a mini-series, kind of a daily drama soap series style, and included a chatbot for sustained engagement for social support, as we saw that this kind of encouragement and support is often a problem in digital interventions. The app was developed fully in participatory design, so followed a lot of phases, and it's maybe a bit of not doing justice to all the work of the PhD students that I put this on half a slide here, because this took nearly 2 years to do, so it doesn't really do it credit. But just for sake of time, I'm trying to summarize it a bit here. So we had end users involved at every stage. We also had a steering group of adolescents who were the same people who would guide us through critical decisions. And we had a group of stakeholders, people involved in education, in sports at school, a youth chat line, all kinds of various disciplines, various ways of which they were involved with adolescents and healthy lifestyles or mental health, who helped us with the decisions in the project. The first phase in the participatory design was contextual inquiry, means that we try to understand what are their motivators, their barriers for these healthy lifestyles. And we started with an analysis of the chats that are received by a youth hotline to find themes, what are the kind of questions that adolescents have. We also had focus groups with end users that showed us that if they're motivated to work on healthy lifestyles, it's mostly because they're concerned about their body image, about their energy level, their fitness level, and barriers, as we well know from literature, are not having enough time, being tired, facing bad weather, and kind of expectations they had for the app was that it would be something where they could self-monitor, where there's achievement things, so things that they can achieve in the app, and there's also kind of a ranking, social rankings. And these kind of informations were added or were taken into account in the next phase, where we looked at what is it exactly more specifically what they would expect. So we had another set of focus groups and stakeholder consultations. And so the adolescents said, well, we want an app that allows us to monitor, but also has rewards and tips, where we get tailored suggestions. It's got to be fun. We need to have some competition. We'd like to have the possibility to share what we're doing on social media, and it needs to have bright and happy colors. And so we integrated most of that, with the exception of social media sharing and the competition, which was opposed by the stakeholders because they felt that this would be too difficult for vulnerable youth, people who might not perform that well when they're sharing on social media. They may actually get negative remarks. Competition might actually also be demotivating for the ones who are not at the top of the leaderboard. So these were things that they wanted us not to include. Then we had a prototype that was tested in the pilot study and also in the mock-ups. And we found that a third, even though they were included in the study, did not use the app. They simply forgot. They said they had no interest. They only used part of the intervention, such as the Fitbit, which was there to self-monitor. But about half of them said, wow, we really like the app. And as they had few suggestions for improvement, we moved forward. Again, the stakeholders had some further suggestions for more vulnerable subpopulations, such as those with dyslexia, and making sure that everybody could read everything that was in there. And so as a last phase in this participatory design, we evaluated the effects. We conducted a cluster randomized trial, and so the adolescents were randomized at school level. Important to know was that this was actually an intervention that was not running at school, because when we designed the project, we immediately already envisioned how would it be maintained, how would it be sustained afterwards, and we had a partner who said we are willing to continue with this, and this was the Flemish Organization of Health Promotion. And so their intention for the tool was to make it available on their website, and so it had to be developed in a way that they could also maintain it afterwards. So without the participation of the school, without the school structure, it had to be something that the adolescents could use in their leisure time individually. So that's how it was also envisioned. But we did recruit the kids via school because that's the best way to have a good representation of academic track, non-academic track, for example, in vocational schools and so on. So they were recruited at school level. It was a 12-week intervention. There was an intermittent measurement as well, and we had a process evaluation at the end. I will not talk much about the chatbot in this. I will focus mostly on the mini-series and the app, but those who are interested in the chatbot and on how it was developed, there's a very elaborate paper on the development on the chatbot. So what was it based on? What is like the theoretical foundation of our intervention? As I said, it was a self-regulation app, so it was based on the health action process approach and including several of these techniques that can enhance the predictors of translation from intention to behavior. So a crucial element was setting goals in terms of adolescent lingo. That was called setting missions. They wanted to, goals was not something that they wanted to use. They said, well, we'll call it a mission. So they could set a mission, and we have an example here. Unfortunately, it's in Dutch. But so these are the 4 behaviors. What do you want to do? I choose to move more, sleep more, sit less, have a daily breakfast. If, for example, move more was selected, great, you want to move more, what will you do? Active transport, sport, or something else. So there were some predefined choices, but they could also always enter something of their own choice. Okay, you choose active transport. Where to? To school, to my hobby, and so on. And then, okay, how are you going to do this? And so they could select these things. They could always also enter their own choice. And whenever this was selected, it was entered into their agenda. And so the agenda helped to create specific actions and also served as a reminder showing that, okay, today this is what I have planned to do. Coping planning was included in the tools, so they could anticipate certain barriers and how to address these. Graphs was where we had the self-monitoring, and for the activity behaviors and sleep, it drew these from the Fitbit. For breakfast, it was a diary. They had to click every day if they had taken breakfast or not, and so they could actually follow the progress of their behaviors. We have the gamification aspect here, so they could actually earn coins for extra challenges that they could take, and the extra challenges were always related to the health behaviors. And with the coins or the rewards that they had collected, they could pimp their avatar. They could get accessories for their avatar. Tips and tricks included information if they wanted to get certain suggestions or more background knowledge, and also had links to health organizations. So for example, if someone, it was important for the funding agency and also for the stakeholders, that if someone did have a question on mental health, which is not something that they would find in the app, that they could find the right person to contact to talk to. So these kind of organizations were also included in the tips and tricks. They could click on the chatbot if they wanted to chat. It was an automated chatbot. And if they clicked on #LiveGoals with the camera, they could watch an episode. The episode of our mini-series, one was available each week, so it was kind of like unlocking the next episode. This is where we come to the second theory that was guiding this intervention. So apart from the ones who are motivated, have an intention to perform these health behaviors, we also assumed that there would be adolescents who had very little motivation for the health message that was in there. And so drawing from the elaboration likelihood model, we designed these mini-series. So what is the hypothesis of this model? It says, okay, if you're motivated to process whatever message that is in there because it's personally relevant for you, because it's something that you like to master information and so on, and you're at that time, you're able to process the information, you will go to a very rational form of cognitive processing, looking at all the arguments, and this might lead to an attitude change. However, if you're not motivated because you don't care, or because you're not able at that time, you're distracted, you have other things on your mind, you're tired, it doesn't mean that you're not processing the information at all. You might still be processing the information, but you're processing it mainly on peripheral cues, which means maybe the attractiveness of someone who's presenting the message, or the message itself, the credibility, what kind of power it is conveying, if it's reaching me via a channel that I know very well. And so based on these peripheral cues, you might still get some kind of more change in attitude, and based on this kind of more temporary, weaker attitude change, you might then be more open to also have a cognitive processing of the arguments. And this elaboration likelihood model has been applied to narrative persuasion. So if we use a storyline to have the attractiveness, the credibility, and so on conveyed in these messages, how can we do this? And so this extended elaboration likelihood model states that for storylines or narratives to have this kind of impact on the peripheral attitude shift, there are certain conditions. Your storyline needs to be appealing, it needs to speak to your target group. So how did we try to achieve this? We had the script written by young script writers. Actually, they had just graduated from college. And we also used the input from our steering group to create a storyline that would appeal to young people. The quality of production needs to be sufficiently high to have enough of this immersion, absorption, and have the rest of the effects that you might have in this model. So we involved a film school and a cinematographer to make sure that the quality of the video and the audio was sufficiently high. Important is that what you're trying to change, your persuasive content, needs to be included in an unobtrusive way. It cannot be overly obvious that you're trying to change their health attitudes. If you think of like a daily drama, I'm not sure, I think you have good times, bad times, something like this in France. No? There's some series that I think you have the same in Germany. You think of these soap series that you see every day on TV, and sometimes they actually include a societal relevant topic, or they make one of their characters transgender, someone who has cancer, someone who is going through a difficult time, has mental health problems, for example. These things are not just in there without preparation. These are well researched. They often use the help of organizations that are specialized in this to make sure that it is conveying the right message. But it's never overly clear that you should get screened for breast cancer, you should do this. No, you're seeing what the character is going through, their personal experiences, and it is in this way, because of the identification with the character and the empathy, creating some identification and awareness. So this was important also here in our small series, So we focused on the daily experiences, friendship, romances of these young people, and the healthy lifestyles were woven into the story in a bit of a hidden way. And they need to be able to identify with the characters, so we had both ethnically and gender diverse characters, main characters, and the actors were recruited from a high school, where people learn acting at high school, and so they were recruited from the target group. All the episodes are available here, but they're in Dutch. So I'm showing some stills here. Here's one of the characters who wakes up in the morning. His parents are already at work. He goes to the fridge, planning to have breakfast. He looks in the fridge. He sees there's nearly nothing in the fridge. So he finds a note on the table saying, well, you know, we're off to work and we have to work until late at night. Here's €5 and buy something. So he goes to school without having had breakfast. He hangs out with his friends, and then they have PE later that day, and they have to do, I don't know, a Cooper test or a run, and he actually doesn't have the energy because he hasn't had breakfast, and you see him sitting next to a tree because his energy is low. So you see, it's not focused on the healthy lifestyles, but the healthy lifestyles are in there. So what did we find with all our efforts on user involvement, the narrative, the chatbot to increase user engagement? A very sobering experience, because even though the intervention was intended to be used for 12 weeks, after 10 days, most of them discontinued, half of them discontinued the use. We saw that 30% only opened the app on the day that it was installed, and that 44 stopped already in the first week. What were reasons? So when we noticed that they hadn't used any of the components in the intervention for 3 weeks, they would get a call. We would ask them why. And so what did they say? It didn't really help me much. It didn't change my behavior. I didn't really see what it could do for me. I just don't like it. I don't see any added value compared to what else already exists. I already have a very healthy lifestyle, which we knew was not the case, because 90% of the adolescents in the survey didn't meet the recommendations for the health behaviors that were included. I'm not encouraged by my friends or my family to actually use this intervention. What we did see, well, the usage of all the components was very low per week, but if the ones who used the app and the narratives longer or more in the first week also continued, the adherence of these people was higher also throughout the intervention. So if we can manage to make a strong impression of these components at the beginning, we're also able to maintain their engagement for longer. I will go very quickly over this just for the sake of time. These are some self-reported perceptions of the ones who did use the intervention, so not the attrition analysis of the ones who had dropped out, but the ones who actually had used the full intervention for at least 20 minutes. And they said, well, what I liked the best was the gamification, the coins. That was the most fun part. And the action planning helped me. So the perceived helpfulness was highest for action planning. The chatbot, the feelings were mixed because they liked it, but the chatbot also had limitations. They mostly wanted to start with small talk or tell me a joke, that kind of stuff. And the chatbot couldn't always reply to this. And when it came to the narrative, our mini-series, often they forgot about it. They forgot that it was there. And so this is those who did use it said it was very encouraging, it was an incentive, I was looking forward to the next episode, and it helped me know how to do this behavior, so it also modeled the behavior. On the whole, they liked the fact that it gave them choices, but they also said, well, we're using it if everyone among my friends is using it, because then we're talking about it, how many coins did you get, what kind of progress did you make? And so this was something that we didn't include actively, the social element, because of the way that it would be implemented, but it's clear that for adolescents this is an important part. So to conclude, we had, for this case, low user engagement despite all our efforts. The app and the narrative can increase retention, but only if the initial engagement, the first impression, can be boosted for these components. We should definitely include more social proliferation features, so features that allow kids to talk about it, that it becomes something that is alive in their social group outside of the use of the intervention. And another thing is that our pre-intentional determinants were mostly included in the narrative, so for the peripheral attitude shift, but there were very few BCTs to actually boost pre-intentional determinants in the other parts. So after the peripheral attitude change, you would expect to have more of the cognitive processing and arguments, and the tips and tricks may not have been enough for that, and we might have needed more BCTs to actually also boost the intention. Moving on to another case. How am I on time? Ça va? Okay. Moving on to another project that we ran around the same time was the Smart Life project, which was a 2-year European project. It was an innovation application, means that we are doing this not just to gain insight, but actually this was a collaboration with SMEs. So the plan was to actually have something that could be brought out on the market. We collaborated with a gaming company from Germany and a business from Portugal and a university from Spain. And again, most of the insights are thanks to the PhD student who worked on this, Ayla Schwartz, who is now a lecturer at Wageningen University in the Netherlands. And so what was the plan for Smart Life? It was to create an exergame, but we know with certain exergames that they very quickly become boring because there's no challenge in it that continues, there's no narrative, it's always the same. That is one of the challenges of exergames. The other thing is that with certain exergames you can actually cheat. If you think of the Wii Fit that we used to have, you could have like certain wrist flicks and then it would count as being physically active even though actually people weren't really doing anything. And so what we wanted to create was a mobile exergame with a narrative so that we could keep the user engagement and also have an exergame that is tailored by what they are doing at that time. So your physical activity is measured in an accelerometer. This is feeding the challenge in your game so that you're constantly in this, what do you call it, kind of moment of flow. What does flow mean? That you have an optimal balance between what you're able to do and what is also challenging. So you're avoiding frustration because it's too difficult. You're also avoiding boredom because it's too easy. So if the accelerometer monitored the physical activity, if physical activity was too low, for example, the challenge would become a bit harder, the music would become a bit faster, the tension would start to build. If you had been in a high level of physical activity for a while, it might actually slow down a bit. So it was trying to keep you in this optimal balance of flow. How did we measure this? So we had a tiny accelerometer that was in a t-shirt. The idea for the t-shirt actually at the end appeared to be redundant. We could have just used a tracker, but it was one of the business ideas that if we could have a smart shirt that could be personalized, this could actually add to the business model for the company. If it becomes like, cool, I'm a level black, I'm a level pink, so on, and you could have certain characters of the game printed on your shirt, it could add to the attraction for the adolescents. And so we had other theories that were in there too. The MDA framework is something that is used a lot in gaming development. It looks at what are the movements that gamers have to make, what are the aesthetics that you need to have, what are the practical tools that you need, and the self-determination theory, which was also a model that was easy to communicate in between health psychologists or behavior change professionals and gaming professionals, because it was a model they were familiar with. And so how did we, again, we used quite an elaborate participatory design of the game. First, we wanted to work on the narrative. So we asked nearly 500 adolescents as part of a survey, if you were to create your own game, what would it be about? Who would be in it? Where would it take place? What would the challenges be? And based on the coding, the qualitative coding of what they said, it was clear they had a preference for human characters rather than fantastical beasts, for example, fantasy characters. They liked big urban settings, New York, London, those kind of big cities. They liked catastrophes and a dark, mysterious mood. So these were the kind of themes that came up across gender, across vocational, academic track schools, and so on. So in various groups, these were the preferences that we found. Based on these preferences, the gaming company made some visuals. They used this to create some narratives that were presented. They had different art styles that they presented, so 19 different art styles, also different settings. And so all of these were presented to a small group of adolescents, and they were asked, what do you think, what do you prefer, and so on. One of the ideas they had was a delivery game, where the person has to, this was at a time when the Deliveroo guys were quite popular, and this was one idea. They had to deliver parcels, and of course you have to be physically active to move everywhere. A second idea was a medieval game and a castle and so on. And they felt that both of these were too childish. They didn't really like it. They preferred the post-apocalyptic setting with the catastrophe, as long as the game could combine fantasy and reality. They did not want to see any zombies. So based on this input, we created the narrative, and this is shown on the right here. So some catastrophe has taken place, and the world is contaminated, and you think you're the only survivor, and you're in a bunker, and in this bunker you are safe. You can go out where it's contaminated when you have your protective suit on, but for your suit to be protective, you need to charge it. And so you need to do physical activity to charge your suit to be able to go out. There's all kinds of challenges that they have to do on the way, so they get certain tips on what they have to do. As time goes on, they discover they're not the only one in the game, and that there's other islands where there are survivors, and they can actually work together. And in the end, they're supposed to find the place that is together, that is not contaminated, where they can live happily ever after. Apart from the narrative, we also did a contextual inquiry looking at how would they play it, how could they integrate this in their daily life. So they told us that it had to be something they could use both indoors and outdoors. If they were bored at home, that they could play the game. So it wouldn't, if it was only running as an activity, this would be something they could not do indoors. So it would have to have a variety of things that they could do indoors and outdoors. We thought about sending them to specific places and using GPS, but they didn't like that because they said, well, you know, certain places I'm not allowed to go from my parents because it's not safe. There are certain parks where there's criminality, and I'm not allowed to go there, so we want to choose our own locations, no specific target locations. They wanted leaderboards, again, social aspect important, and we also included this by having something that they could unlock, where when they discover there are other players that they can work with, and they can ask for help. They also said when would they be able to play this, not at school, because certain schools have limitations on using their phone at school, and also using the internet connection. And so they said, well, probably I would play it when I'm bored going to school or coming back from school. So as kind of a commuting tool, and which is something that was on average quite short, like 10 minutes. So we had to make sure that they could complete a mission within these 10 minutes, to not build up frustration. You get to school, you haven't even completed your mission yet. That was not something that we wanted to have. We also had prototype testing, and they gave it an 8 out of 10. Now, what did we find in our results on engagement? We again had a cluster RCT in schools, and again the game was played mostly outside of school. This was what the adolescents had given as preference. There were 3 arms. There was the condition that was a passive control condition, not shown here. And then we have 2 intervention conditions, one with the game, but no accelerometer, so not driven by what is measured, and one where it's dynamically tailored, where the challenge adapts to what is measured in the by the accelerometer. So our assumption was that actually our dynamically tailored group would find the game much more engaging than the one where it was not tailored, and overall we found nearly no differences, with the exception on really feeling like you're part of the narrative. The experience of the storyline was stronger in the dynamically tailored group than in the one that was not tailored. But we also found a difference on the median play duration, where it was a negative effect because the group that was not using the shirt played it longer than the group that did play it with the shirt and the accelerometer. And looking at the comments, we saw that they found it quite burdensome, having to put on the shirt, having to synchronize before they could start the game. And so in this group, they could just start up the app and go. And so this might have explained that we actually had a negative effect, and where not using the shirt, but using a simple tracker might have been more effective. Overall, even so across the 2 groups, the play duration was very low. We had, I think, game time for like 4.5 hours of game in total, and they played it between 8 minutes to 25 minutes on average. So not a lot of the game was used. When we then looked at the comments that they gave, what their impressions were of the game, well, they felt that it was too slow, too boring, they wanted more variety, but also they wanted to change the graphics. They said it was too dark. It was too, so remember that they said they wanted to have a catastrophe, something dark and mysterious, but at the same time, in one of the focus groups, they did say, we want something bright. So our game developers assumed, well, post-apocalyptic, it's gonna look gloomy, whereas actually they wanted something that was a catastrophe, but not too dark, not too gloomy. And if we'd had different colors, maybe we would have been able to keep more of the initial users. So to conclude from this part, double check your assumptions. It's not because they say for one part we want a catastrophe that this has immediately implies that this is the visuals that we should create. We should really double check everything that is associated with this. It showed the importance again of initial user engagement. We're often focusing on, oh, we're losing so many people after 2 months, after 3 months, but in these both cases we see that it's the initial user engagement, the first impressions, where we have a problem. And we would also recommend more live testing. For example, we had a lot of focus groups, a lot of talking about the tool, but not a lot of, here it is, try it out, and we'll come and take it back after 2 weeks and see how it went. And if we had done that, maybe we would have discovered the problem with the colors before we started testing the efficacy. And this is actually in commercial companies, technology companies, something that is often done. They use a Scrum method. They have an ID. They immediately test it. They continue to develop it. 2-3 weeks later, they have the next phase. And so every step, something is tested live instead of developing a lot and having at certain phases some testing. So much more continuous live testing. If I have time, I have one more slide. So, yeah. I briefly want to mention the work of a colleague at the University of Antwerp, who is doing her PhD on the use of humor in physical activity promotion. And so what is the idea here is that cognitive fatigue, so if we're saying, well, we don't want to do any kind of sports because we feel too tired, or no physical activity because we feel too tired, it's not always because we are tired physically and that we have muscle fatigue. Often it's cognitive fatigue, where we have been working on computer all day and we are just mentally exhausted. And so her assumption is that, based on literature, is that actually humor can help relieve this cognitive fatigue, which is a barrier for physical activity, because it increases positive mood, positive affect. And so she tested in 3 conditions. What if we send people like humorous reminders or humorous prompts to be physically active compared to just non-humorous prompts? And what if we vary them? Because, you know, if you know that whatever you're going to get is humorous, maybe you lose the element of surprise. Whereas if sometimes you get the non-humorous and sometimes you get the humorous might have more of an impact. So this was a 7-day intervention. She used a Fitbit to measure physical activity, and there was a 1-week warm-up period to make sure that we wouldn't have a peak in physical activity from the self-monitoring. Notifications were disabled. Her target population were women, only women, because she wanted to have more of a homogeneous group, not because she didn't think that it wouldn't work in men. And in a screener questionnaire, they were asked if they were sitting more than at least 50% of the time in their job, and if they met 150 minutes of MVPA, and if that was not the case, they were eligible for inclusion. So the prompts were sent in an application that was created specifically for the intervention, and this tool, this application, also measured the cognitive fatigue at that time at 3 times of the day. The materials were elaborately pre-tested to make sure that the majority of people would find them humorous. So they had a first set of materials that they tested. They selected the best scoring humorous images. Then they also tested the app to see if it was usable. And then they had a second pre-test on the messages. And they found that the humorous messages were more effective, but only if the person at that time experienced cognitive fatigue. So there was not a main effect of the humor versus the non-humor. It was only if at that time they experienced cognitive fatigue. And so that's where I want to conclude overall for my talk. I think we need a stronger focus on initial user engagement, because it is possible that if people discontinue after a time, as we heard in the previous talk, that it is a matter of effective engagement. They've learned everything they need to know from the app, but if the majority isn't using it even for 1 week, we may not expect any effects. There are some entertainment features that look like they are promising, but they need to become more visible, and we need to maybe promote them a bit more in the tool. Social features we should probably use more, and this, both examples where we saw this were for adolescents, so this may also apply to adults, but certainly for adolescents. We need to maybe consider what kind of techniques or features to fit with how people feel at the time, and this is something we also see in just-in-time adaptive tools. So what do we present at what time, in which context people are. And lastly, I think there are certain insights we get here where we see, okay, this tool has some potential, can do something, but it's not there yet. And as Nikos also said, the problem is often you then come to the end of your project, and that's a dead end for the tool, whereas we need to find ways to continue to reuse these tools, to adapt them so that we can actually learn more and improve on them. Thank you.
Much. And are there any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Anne, for a very interesting talk. I just wanted to ask you more about user engagement. In one of your projects, you said there was disagreement between what the users wanted and what the stakeholders suggested. You mentioned competition and social media. So how do you reconcile these conflicts? Do you always go with the opinion of the stakeholders? Have you got any other examples where you try to kind of reach a middle ground in some of the other work you've done?
Yeah, that's a tricky thing indeed. So we did, for example, the social media sharing the competition they didn't want to have. In this case, because the tool was not intended to be played in a social setting, we followed their advice, but it turns out that I think we probably should not have, and we probably need to have more. So I think one of the issues here was that our groups were separate. We had a user steering group that was separate from the stakeholder group. If you think of a real co-creation and participatory development, you would mix those groups. And then I think instead of us trying to find the consensus between the two, you hopefully would get stakeholders who are motivated, who listen to what the users have to say. As it turned out, I think the stakeholders were concerned about a small group of vulnerable people where we might have these problems, whereas the majority, whereas with the choice that we made, we may have protected a small group but missed out on something that could have been beneficial for a much larger group. So I think if I would do this again, I would create mixed groups and really try to find a compromise in the working of the co-creation group, rather than having a separate user group and a separate stakeholder group, to avoid having to meet one of the two.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions?
Many thanks for your talk. Sorry if I missed that, but the chatbot in the first study was just about there is no narratives on the chatbot specifically, and no gamified incentives as well. Do you think it could be interesting to set the chatbot at to be the cornerstone of the intervention, or maybe it's more important to focus on other features?
Yeah. So the chatbot actually did send 3 times a week a little notification, and could be used. It was an automated chatbot, so they could ask questions to the chatbot. I think if the chatbot could be continued to be developed and could be a technically strong tool, then I think it might be interesting to integrate everything in the chatbot, but that was not the case. So having a chatbot that functions well means that you need to have a very large database of all kinds of questions that users can ask. So the way that it was not a pre-selected format, so sometimes with chatbots, if you think of websites where you're going to buy something, you see this pop-up, do you have a question, and then you have like a choice menu, what question do you have? This was not how it was set up. It was open questions. People could type in whatever they wanted. And so for the chatbot to be able to respond accurately, it needs a large database of all kinds of questions that people might have, so that it can recognize, okay, this is the question, these are the words, this is how I should reply. And it requires much more continued development to, so we actually saw with the chatbot that once the chatbot did not give an accurate answer, they gave up. And so then you would risk that they give up on everything maybe. So I think if we look at what we had, probably the app, which was already developed on the backbone of previous apps, was probably technically the strongest component, and the other two were kind of new things for us. So I would recommend using your core component as the thing that you technically trust the most, where you will lose the least users because of technical difficulties. But if our chatbot would be technically strong, I think it might be something that could be a good interaction platform for the rest of the intervention.
Thank you. Other question?
Thank you very much. Regarding the study one, so adolescents are expected to develop their self-regulation toolbox, copying, planning, self-monitoring. Do you think that they learned to do it? And if not, how can we ensure that without the app, they will still be able to do so?
Yeah, well, we hope so. But we didn't measure it. We didn't have like a follow-up on... So you hope when you have a tool where they're actually learning these self-regulatory skills, rather than us saying, well, you know, this is what we suggest, that this is a skill that they would learn that could also transfer to other issues they may have, other kind of health behaviors, but we didn't measure outcomes on this. But I think it's definitely what we would hope for, and definitely worthwhile to measure. As usual, we're kind of limited with the time that we have in the project. So the RCT was run during COVID. That was a complicating factor, and then the time kind of was up. So I think it would be interesting to see, maybe if you have a study where you don't have such a long development phase, you can start with something that is already there. And you can immediately test it, and then test longer term effects, or also test for effects on other kind of issues than the ones that you are focusing on. Yeah.
In the same vein of this question, do you think that PE teacher in the school could have a role in the use of this app or this device? They can use it, or do you think it is a controlling strategy, maybe for adolescents, or do you think they can support the use of this device and so generalize, or have a more impact on adolescents?
I absolutely believe that this is the way to go. I think we're looking too often at standalone digital interventions, because we're thinking, well, that's the strength of digital tools. They have a higher reach and so on. People can use them whenever they want. But especially for adolescents, I think we see that if the supportive context is not there, they just won't use it. So I would definitely think that having it embedded in the school context could have created a higher impact, and maybe not necessarily only in PE class, because we had several health behaviors included. But yeah, I think also that, well, I'm not sure how PE teachers would think about using a game in their class. In this case, the hashtag life goals did not focus on MPPA, for example, or on certain duration, because we looked at the health behaviors in relation to mental health. And so for mental health, it seems that you mostly have to enjoy what you're doing, and it's not the recommendations that we have, the WHO recommendations for physical activity are based on physical health and not on mental health, and so there's not always the same relation. So PE teachers might find that, setting your own goals during class, maybe they might find it too soft, not fitting their learning goals. But if it could complement it and they could actually encourage it in between PE class, I think that would definitely be a good strategy. Yeah, and I think we definitely need to use the school context more. Yeah.
In the same vein, I was wondering if the HAPA model is the most adapted to adolescents. And given that you mentioned that the influence of peers was important, maybe it could be relevant to base the app development on theories like social identity theories or group cohesion theories.
Yeah, I think it had its value because when we listen to the adolescents and ask them what helped you the most or what did you like the most, they said that the action planning was what helped them the most. So I think the HAPA model definitely had a value also for adolescents. But I agree that it could be complemented with theories that focus more on this social aspect. And indeed maybe not only on like social norm, but on social identity and how to kind of activate certain identities depending on the context that you're in. Yeah.
Other questions?
Thank you very much, Anne, for this very interesting presentation. You, at least the first two projects that you presented are targeting at adolescents, which from my point of view is a very courageous choice because it's not an easy target. But my question was that you define adolescent as ranging from 12 years old to 25, which is quite a big range. So did you see some differences between some group within some group ages?
Yeah, they're actually not from 12 to 25 because then indeed we would also have the young adults. Let me just go back. It's from 12 to 15.
Oh, to 15,
yeah.
Okay. Because there are some papers saying that people cognitively are adolescent until 25. Okay.
Yeah, and the reason why we focused on 12 to 15-year-olds was mostly based on the mental health outcome, because research has shown that half of the mental health problems occur around this age, and we wanted to make it a kind of a promotion, so not a treatment tool or not for at-risk adolescents, but more of a primary prevention or promotion tool to kind of improve how can we prevent these problems from occurring? How can we promote their mental health? So that's why we focused on this age group. And I think with any kind of visuals that you create, even not just like BCTs and cognitive abilities, but just if you include narratives, if you include visuals, and you have a much broader age range, I think it becomes very difficult because what is attractive to a 12 to 15-year-old will not be attractive to a 16 to 18-year-old. And so for certain of these things, often a younger group will look up to a bit of an older group. So if you create material for 16-year-olds, you might probably still be attractive for a 13-year-old because they look up to this. But this was something in our game against cyberbullying that we discovered, which was targeted at 13 to 14-year-olds because that's where cyberbullying peaks. And we had characters that were like 18 to 19-year-olds, and very quickly they said, we don't identify with these. They have breasts, they have facial hair for the men, and if you look at the body of a 12-year-old, that's just not how they look. So we had to, so I think creating visuals that are attractive for a broad group, I think is a real challenge. So having a narrow focus really helps. Yeah.
If I may, I would like to ask another question. Okay. Most of your intervention are based on entertainment or even humor. For the last one, you mentioned flow, which is a dealing with a, I would say, enjoyment, maybe pleasure. I would like to know to which extent pleasure played a role in the engagement and efficacy of both, or some of the examples that you've presented.
Well, I think it unfortunately it didn't, because the engagement was too low to actually drive efficacy. I think we, especially if you see how little they used it, we didn't even get to the part of the enjoyment. It was first impressions, that first look, is this something that looks exciting? We didn't get, for most of them, we didn't get past that phase, whereas enjoyment and fun is the experience while you're using it. And so we would need to continue to develop this, to improve it, and to see, okay, now we've gotten to the next phase, now we can see how enjoyment plays a role. But if you look at engagement literature, it's always a combination. If it's fun but you feel like it doesn't help you, you probably will drop out as well. So it's, yeah, multi-dimensional. We need to have a whole bunch of things for engagement to drive efficacy.
And to find the right balance.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Clément. Are there any questions online?
I have questions. So the first question is from Romain Debru. So in the last project you presented, did you detect an effect between the initial level of sedentary behaviors and the response to the message?
Can you repeat?
Yeah.
If there were any relations between initial sedentary behavior?
Yeah, and the response to the message.
I'm trying to go to the...
Yeah, take your time. We have time.
It's not exactly... Let me just go. The outcome that was measured was not sedentary behavior, but was steps taken, walking. That's what the intervention focused on. I'm not sure that sedentary behavior was measured. I'd have to check with the PhD student who did this intervention. I was not involved in this intervention, unfortunately, because I think it's a really cool study. It was one of the studies of my colleagues. I know that baseline physical activity, or baseline steps, was taken into account as a, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can say to Roman to ask you direct an email for that. Okay. Another one from Guillaume Chevance. Thank you a lot, Anne. What would be a realistic and good outcomes in terms of engagement for these interventions? And there is other part of the question, but first I can have this one.
So is the question like how to measure engagement, or is it what do we strive for? I'm guessing it's maybe the second. Like what would we have liked to see? Well, I think the result that Nikos got of 50% of people who continue to use it for as long as we intended, we would have loved to get that. I think that was something that we, in terms of engagement, for the exergame, we were hoping to get more engagement than what we saw in what was available, and actually we got less. So that's not the outcome that we want to achieve. You will, I think you will never have 100% engagement, but I think that would have been quite a nice outcome. Yeah.
Okay. Guillaume is saying me that I can ask you all the questions together because they are complementary, so I will do that. So how long can we expect to have someone actively engage in such interventions? Should we plan the end of engagement from the beginning of the intervention as something that will necessarily happen at some point?
Can you repeat the last bit?
should we plan the end of the engagement from the beginning of the intervention as something that will necessarily happen at some point?
So I'm not sure how the person asking the question means plan for the end of engagement. I don't know if they mean to say, like, should we tell people when you've reached this, it's okay, you don't need to continue? Or is it we should integrate other techniques, or not exactly sure how to understand maybe someone can help me out? If there's anyone who's got a better understanding of the question.
You should consider when designing the app that after a few days, weeks, there's going to be this dropout and engagement. So how you can maintain this engagement.
Well, and that's what I think the entertainment features should be boosted more to get this initial engagement, because we're talking about, you know, they will drop out after maybe 6 months, but what we see here is that, well, we've lost most of them already at the beginning. So if we, in the first study, we saw that the narrative and the app, if they were used, most continue to use. So if we can actually better understand these features and what appealed in these features to these people, and kind of make this more visible and boost this more to the whole group, then this could be a way to avoid attrition. Not sure if that's.
I don't know, but I think this is a part of the response of the answer. So, and to be more precise, I think that one point that Guillaume said is about this intervention are not developed to last forever. So how we manage that?
Yes. So indeed, we also don't want them to use them forever. We hope, related to the other question, that if they use them for 3 months, the 12 weeks that are intended, that they have learned enough to actually continue to apply it, and maybe also apply it to other issues in their life. So there's no issue, I think, in dealing with this when it comes to the end of the use of the tool. And I think maybe an interesting thing could also be, do we see an interesting point for research? Do we see that people at some point go back to these tools? Like, okay, I'm managed now, but I've had some sort of relapse, or I'm experiencing different difficult situations, like maybe what I had in my coping planning when it was in December are different from the problems I'm experiencing in June, and even though I haven't used it for 3 months because I was managing, or 4 months because I was managing well, at some point my needs are different and I might go back to this tool. I think that would be also something that we could strive for in the future, but at this time we're not there because they're not even using it for more than 10 days. So hopefully we can redesign it at some point to make them use it for as long as necessary. They're fine to discontinue if they have a new need for them to go back to it. Yeah.
Okay, it was the last one.
Okay, thank you very much again.
Thanks again.
Okay, last question.
Thank you very much, and for your presentation. I'm very impressed by the 3 programs you presented. I have a question about the first program. I was wondering if it's not too ambitious to focus on 4 health behavior at the same time, and I wonder if this lead to a sense of control for adolescents.
Yeah.
And also, some works show that health is not a big issue for adolescents.
What is not?
It's not a big issue, a big problem
Health,
for
yes.
health.
Yes.
Health.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's good entry to focus, to develop an application focus on health, even if it is mental health for adolescents.
Yeah. So concerning the first question on the 4 behaviors, they could actually choose. It wasn't that they had to work on the 4 behaviors. We gave them the 4 behaviors and they chose whatever they wanted to work on. And they actually appreciated that, to have that choice. So for example, if for one person physical activity and diet was not something that interested them, but sleep was, they would work on sleep. If they wanted to work on more than one, they could, but we know that that's not always, if you have too many goals at the same time, that doesn't always result in good efficacy. So they had the choice, but so they weren't working on 4 at the same time. And indeed, health is a far away thing for these young people. It's not always the best entry point, but at the same time, the stakeholders even already had problems with us saying that it was a healthy lifestyle tool and not communicating to the adolescents that our main outcome was mental health. They felt we were kind of cheating and we were not being honest and transparent to the adolescents. So I think if we would communicate this tool as kind of like, I don't know what we could make of it, because when they use it, they notice it is about health. So not sure what kind of message framing we could bring, maybe more on positive well-being, feeling happy. I'm not sure if that would, I'm not sure if that would change things, because then when you use the tool, you notice it is about health. And maybe if that's the case, we should focus more on the narrative and boost the narrative and boost more influencers and having more entertainment education that is not in an app. And I think indeed we should have included more pre-intentional BCTs because even though in the focus groups there was interest in health, well, we noticed that one of the reasons they didn't want to use the app was that they said, we think we're healthy enough already. So there was actually a lack much earlier in the process. Yeah, but yeah, using people who are not interested in health and increasing their awareness anyway, I think having these popular media, we use them in a narrative here, but we could have also used them in their more like their own daily life, try to include them in the series that they watch, work together with Netflix maybe, work together with some Instagram influencers who are not always promoting the healthy messages, to kind of increase awareness there. And I think we don't always only have to look at our own digital tools. We can embed it and combine it with larger societal things that actions that we have to take.
Thank you. We are 10 minutes late, but we all know the importance here of active breaks. So, Valentin.
So let's have another little break. With me, you can stay on your chair and just pay attention to your breathing. So it is commonly said that there are 2 types of breathing. First, the thoracic breathing is when your shoulders rise when you're breathing, okay, and go down when you breathe out. Okay, this type of breathing is interesting to increase your level of arousal, okay? And on the other hand, you have the belly breathing, is when your belly expands on when you breathe in, okay? And go down when you breathe out. And this second type of breathing is interesting because it decreases your level of arousal. So it can be used to face in a stressful situation or to face to anxiety, for example. So let's try together. You can put your hand on your belly, okay? and breathe in and try to feel your belly expanding when you breathe in. Okay, and breathe out, your belly is going down. Okay, is it okay? So we are gonna start 1 minute of belly breathing. You can close your eyes to focus on your breathing if you want. And let's go, I have my watch. So we're gonna make 5 seconds breathe in, and 5 seconds breathe out, okay? So let's start. Breathe in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and breathe out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and breathe in, focus on your belly, and breathe out. Breathe in, and breathe out. Breathe in, focusing on your belly, and breathe out. Another time, breathe in, and breathe out. Breathe in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and breathe out. Last time, breathe in, and breathe out. So we're gonna to end this breathing session. Thank you for your attention, and it's time for the next speaker.
Thank you, Valentin. Now we are going to listen to Agnès Helme-Guizon, Romain Debru, and Manel Laroum. Agnès is a professor of marketing here in Université Grenoble-Alpes, and Romain Debru and Manel Laroum are PhD students.
Young doctors.
Young doctors.
They've defended their PhD thesis a few months ago, so they are brand new doctors. Okay, so thank you very much, Aina, for giving us the opportunity to present our research in social marketing. I will explain at the end of the presentation what it is. And we are going to present 3 researches that have in common to be qualitative research and targeting older consumers. So we are doing a big gap, okay, going from adolescent to older consumers. And we focus on to which extent do digital technologies, mainly smart devices, empower or create vulnerability among this specific target. So I am going to leave the stage to Manel for presenting briefly the context.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for inviting me to present a part of my PhD project or thesis. So first, I will introduce the context of our 3 studies. So aging of world population is a global phenomenon according to the statistics of the State of World Population report. By 2050, 1 in 6 people in the world will be aged over 65 years, compared to 1 in 11 in 2019. According to several studies and reports, new technology offer several possibilities to aging well. So technologies offer possibility to detect, prevent, diagnose and treat diseases, and also to replace deficits related or associated in advancing age. So we are many examples of technology that helps elderly to aging well, like robotics and Paro, the interactive emotional robots. We have the virtual heads, the reality virtual headset, which offering immersive experiences to elderly consumer, which are used as medical and recreational tools, devices. We have also the smart devices which can be used by elderly consumer and also all people who use smart devices, concerned by smart devices, like the smart can, who can prevent falls of elderly. And finally, we have digital twins, which represent predictive methods to prevent deficits associated to elderly age. Our 3 studies are more interested, or we are more interested about quantified self-smart devices. The quantified self-smart devices offer several possibilities or can help people to reduce factor risk, like we have saw in the precedent presentation. So the feedback delivered from quantified self-smart devices can help people to monitor their health or well-being. It can help people also to track their activity to achieve their goals. And they offer the possibility to consumer or allow users to interact with others in physical and virtual space via the app and the different app and possible the space of interaction offered by the applications. So I will present the first study, which about understanding how consumer or elderly consumer use the quantified self-smart devices to aging well. So to understand the link between aging well and the use of quantified self-smart devices, we use the subjective approach of aging well, which initiated by Baltz and Baltz, and which assume that elderly consumer seeks to exert control on their life by using 3 component strategy, which are regular or adjustment strategy, the selection, optimization, and compensation. The selection, which consists on choosing goals or setting goals to aging well. Optimization, which consists to choice of behavior or means that help elderly consumer to aging well. And compensation, which means the choice of alternative means to compensate or to replace the original means of elderly consumer. In the same time, or in the other hand, we are interested also to the logic of use, which is a concept issue from the ethnotechnology of the sociology of the use of digital technology, and especially the work of Peru, which suggests to rethink the logic of use, rethink the effective use of the technology, and staying away or standing away from dichotomic logics that oppose bad or good uses and profane and technophile users. So the logic of uses shows that individuals can use digital technology or devices in several possible ways. There is multiple ways to use the quantified self devices or the technology devices, and user have the choice to hijacking and negotiating the use of their devices. The first study, which aims to understand the link between the quantified self-smart devices and the aging well, is qualitative studies. We have interviewing 17 consumers aged between 60 and 75, and we have used as a data analysis method the thematic analysis. So our grid analysis allows us to identify 3 logics of use by the elderly consumer and a logic of disappropriation of the no use. The first logic is a self-monitoring and attainment of goals logic. Elderly consumers are more concerned about their well-being and health, so they will use quantified self-smart devices to achieve goals of aging well. So they are seeking to get feedback about their behavior achieve their goals, behavior put in place to pursue goals of health and well-being. They will use these devices also to get feedback on their old habit, to maintain good habit or to change bad habit, disturbed habits. And finally, they will use these devices to have feedback on their behavior, strategy, coping strategy, compensation, and optimization strategy put in place to achieve their goals or to track their goals. The second logics that we have identified is the sociability logics. So people or elderly people will use these devices to participate, to have a social participate, to conform to a norm of a social group that use these devices. So they will refuse all representation of age identity and exclusion, digital exclusion that associated to old consumer. So they will use these devices to have a relation with others, with their sons or other people of their social groups. So there are a relationship of acculturation and accompaniment in the use to solve problem encounter in the use of these devices. They will use these devices to also compare their result with peers, and also to have a social conformity with the group. So there is a norm of social group which is users of quantified self-smart devices. And finally, we have a peer comparison relationship and not a competitive relationship. We are in the comparison of result with other people of the social groups or social group. So elderly consumer will use these devices to interact and exchange with other people. We have also identified a third logic, which is a logic of search of hedonistic gratification. So our elderly people will use this. In this case, elderly people will use this quantified self-smart devices for the playful, for entertainment and the fun aspect of quantified self devices, and also novelty. So they are more concerned about the aesthetic dimension of the quantified self experiences. Finally, we have identified a logic of no use or disappropriation. So they regroups people who are resistant, who resist to the use of technology to change behavior. They refuse the idea that technology can help them disturb habits or change behavior. So finally, we have addressed a table which allow us to have or to highlight the link between the goal pursued by elderly consumer to aging well and the logic of use. So people who emphasize the importance of physical and cognitive goals will use smart devices to self-monitoring. In the logic of self-monitoring, they are auto-centered and they are more concerned about their health and well-being. So we have also people who are more concerned about the social objectives of aging well. They will use these smart devices to maintain exchange and interaction with other people. And finally, people who are more concerned or more interested about the psychological objective, they will emphasize the importance of the fun and playful aspect of quantified self smart devices. So I will, Roman will present his study after me. I don't know if he is listening me.
Thank you. Okay, just one question. You will do the transition, or I will share my screen?
I will change. Yes, I will do this.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So, do you hear me correctly? Yes. Okay, perfect. manage them. So physical activity and smart devices do not play a role in their well-aging, and the level of well-being is low. For this group, we can propose two main recommendations. First, health professionals could promote physical activity for their well-aging by showing the diversity of physical activity practices. For this group, it's important to clearly differentiate sport and physical activity. Secondly, we can modify their perceptions of smart devices by showing direct benefits for them. For this group, it's important to propose a personalized support. The second profile is the careful. The level of physical activity is moderate to rather strong. Most of the time they enjoy, for example, jogging or cycling. They feel autonomous in their practice, but sometimes they lack professional support for their practices. The most important for them is practicing in a group. It's an important factor of their motivation, and they display an autonomous motivation. Concerning the use of smart devices, this group show an ambivalence by accepting the intelligence and the help of smart devices, but in contrast, they highlight their fear of losing social links and human interaction. Okay, so we have to be careful of this point with this group. Physical activity and smart devices play a role in their well-aging for this group. And finally, we can propose two main recommendations for the careful. First, we need to improve their level of competence by proposing physical activities in groups. It's important, supervised by health professionals to give advice for them. Second, we can promote smart devices which allow them to share their results. It's important to highlight the social aspect of smart devices for this group. The final profile is the committed. The level of physical activity is strong to very strong. They enjoy practicing physical activity at high intensity. They feel autonomous and competent in their practice. They can practice alone or with a group. They clearly show an autonomous motivation. And concerning their use of smart devices, this group use them in their daily life. Smart devices contribute to their physical activity results and performances. In addition, they want to discover new functions of these smart devices. For this group, we can propose two main recommendations. First, they need to discover new physical activities to challenge them. Secondly, they can integrate, for example, companies for co-creating smart devices and assume the role of ambassador among other seniors. For example, the two previous profiles we have seen. So in conclusion, this research highlights the important role of motivation on seniors' physical activity, and most importantly, how smart devices can support this motivation and their well-aging. So thank you for your attention, and now I pass the floor to my colleague, Professor Agnès Helme-Guizon.
Thank you. Not able to have the breathe session, so a bit like this. Okay, so thank you, Romain. Now we're turning to the third study. So in the first two studies, we've targeted people from 60 to 55 and even 84 in the second study. And we saw that depending on the age group, but also motivation, competencies, there was sometimes an empowering effect of the technology and sometimes a vulnerability effect due to the technology.
In the third study, which was conducted with some colleagues from Canada, one from the University of Saskatchewan and the other one from the Queen's University, we've explored something a bit different, which is to which extent do mature consumers, which means consumers between 50 and 65, to which extent those consumers are anticipating vulnerability by using those smart devices, those technology. This is based on the theory of use it or lose it. That's to say, if I don't use one competence, I'm going to lose it. So this was I would say, the basic assumption of this research. And we have, again, conducted some qualitative research to explore this issue. So the conceptual framework or the theory that are basing our research is about consumer vulnerability. That was defined by Becker in 2005, and that says that it's a dynamic, and this word is important, dynamic state of powerlessness and of dependence that is primarily due to power and control imbalances in the marketplace. Remember, we are marketing researchers, okay? But this can be applied to other contexts. And what matters is that people feel that they are lacking control over the situation. This experience of vulnerability might hinder goals and affect personal social perception. In some cases, this can generate low self-esteem, which is endangering the motivation to do things. Okay, and this is all the most important for an older consumer who have been considered as being a vulnerable population. Fortunately, there is recent research saying that older customers are not vulnerable per se, but there are some situations that will make them feel powerless. So this is what I said. Okay. In our research, as I said, we are going to concentrate on consumer anticipated vulnerability, which refers to the fact that consumers anticipate that they are going to have little control over what's going on, maybe because they are aging, but also because they are interacting with technologies that they don't know and that they've been taught that they don't have the competencies. Okay, so they are going to make some choices in order to mitigate these effects of vulnerability. Remember that they are consumers, they are human beings, they're not passive, so they act like agents who are going to make choice to develop coping strategies in order to, I would say, to increase their power, to restore their power. So the objectives of the study are to understand the role of customer, the role they can themselves play in anticipating or managing consumption-related vulnerability when they are using smart devices. Here, when we use the word smart devices, we refer to any, I would say, daily life devices, which can be GPS, which can be home automatic, home automation devices, or even quantified self watches, etc. it's not only objects that are targeting older customers. So our participants were 99, age 52 to 65, as I said. It was a convenience sampling, and they were owning one or more smart devices. We've excluded those who had only a smartphone because we wanted to go beyond the communication benefits. We wanted to have some devices that might have an impact on physical activity. So we used a qualitative approach with in-depth interviews and focus groups, okay? And we transcribed the data we had, and then we had a priori coding theme emergence, okay? Theme generation. So the results are that, for sure, our customer perceive that there's going to be a lack of competence, and this might be a source of future vulnerability. So they feel that smart devices are pervasive, they are everywhere, and they do not manage all the functionalities. They need some help to use the smart devices, and they feel that this is going to create vulnerability because as they're going to be aging, they will be even less able to use those smart devices. So there will be an increase in their lack of competence. So they prefer not to use them and saying, well, today I have some competencies, for example, for cooking. So why would I use a connected cooker, for example, since I know or today to do those things. And they don't want to lose their current skills and abilities. Also, they feel, and this goes back to what was said previously, is that by relying too much on those devices for interpersonal relationship, they are going to lose their ability to interact face-to-face with people, and this will create a future vulnerability. Also, they anticipate a loss of autonomy, independence, and freedom in the sense that they forecast that if they do not use some of their abilities they have now, they will lose it. Here we have the example with the automated home devices, saying that if I remain seated in the couch, I will lose some abilities in terms of physical activity. So again, according to the, if you don't use something, you're gonna lose it. And also they perceive a lack of control in the decision making, in the sense that those smart devices provide personalized recommendation, and they feel that if they rely on those personal recommendations, they will not anymore be able to decide what is good for them and what is bad for them. So this is the reason why they prefer not to use them. So to mitigate those effects, to mitigate this anticipated vulnerability, they developed what we've called the coping strategy. The first one is what we've called, because this is a new finding, we called it dissociating, saying that, well, a smart device is no more than a tool. It's something with some function, and I have the power to use it, to use some functionalities or not to use it. Okay, I am kind of the master, and I decide what to do with it. Okay, so it's not a companion, it's not something that is part of my life, it's just a tool with some functionalities. Also, there is this idea of minimizing the importance of the object, that is to say that it's not the one that, again, that decides. It has no symbolic meanings, meaning that I'm not defined, or my identity does not depend on these smart devices, meaning that I'm not cool because I'm using, I don't know, a smartwatch, for example, okay? This is not part of what I am. I am what I am independently of those smart devices. There also the idea of depreciating, saying that, well, today they don't use it because they are just gadgets that are unreliable tools with a planned obsolescence, so they are not interesting. You know, they are not valuable tools. And what was interesting is that they were referring to a washing machine, to fridge, saying then when fridge arrived on the market, this was a real innovation, while a smart device like a watch is just a gadget, and that's gonna fade in a few years. Okay, so before it was better. No. And also there is this idea of projecting, which is that those tools are good either for young people, and it was really interesting to say that they were really, I would say, very depreciating the younger that were addicted to phones and other smart devices, while they were not. Okay, and also they were projecting the use of those devices to older consumers. I mean, very old consumers, those who are not autonomous anymore, those who are not competent anymore, and who could rely on the functionalities offered by the smart devices. I think that's quite interesting. So this might be good tools, but not for me. Well, that was the results of this study. So if you have questions, then we will be able to expand a bit more on the result, because of time we had to be very quick. And we wanted to finish with one slide on, 2 slides, but I'm going to be very quick, on social marketing, because we are not from your field, but we are from the social marketing field, and we thought it was interesting to, well, just to bring a few insight about what is our, I would say, broad general framework. So social marketing, of course, refers to marketing. It goes back to the 17, and the idea at the very beginning was just to transfer what we know well to do with marketing techniques to more social causes, like promoting physical activity, for example, or promoting healthy behavior, or even promoting environmental friendly behaviors. Here you have the definition by the ESMA, which is the International Social Marketing Association, which says that social marketing seeks to develop and integrate marketing concepts with other approaches. That is very important, because it just has now a broad view, as it embeds the individual into a broader system. I would say it later. So social marketing practice is guided by ethical principles. It seeks to integrate research, best practice, theory, audience, and partnership insight to inform the delivery of competition-sensitive and segmented social change programs that are, of course, efficient, equitable, and sustainable. So what is interesting there, and what has to be reminded, is that in social marketing, first of all, we really try to understand what are the needs of our target population, which is there with the idea of being customer oriented, getting some insights, and based on that, we are going to, segment our population, meaning that you really need to tailor the intervention to some groups, because they have specific needs, and there, one of the main challenge, once you have identified your segment, is to find the benefit, the added value that will be more valuable than the actual behavior, meaning that if you smoke, probably it's for pleasure, okay? I need to find a competitive benefit that will be more valuable than the fact than smoking for you to accept to quit smoking. And this is done most of the time through exchange, through, as you said, participatory design session, both with individuals, that can be users, customer, whatever, and with any other actors like association, administration, brands, retailers, in order to engage this ecosystem towards a behavioral change. Okay. So here I've just mentioned a method that is really, I would say, popular, that has been developed by the University of Griffiths in Australia. Martin, that's for you. Okay, so they're very well known, especially for koala saving. Okay, and they've developed lot of programs, and they have developed this method that is called CBE, which is based on 3 pillars: co-create the messages, the program, the intervention with all the stakeholders, then build a program, and then engage people through living labs, through pilot studies, and then through broader programs. So the idea is not to not only to have some bottom-up strategies, but more to have this systemic approach, which is brand new. Okay. So how we can apply that to physical activity? I think Romain and
yes.
And Manel will explain.
Please, can you get the microphone of the computer, because I heard my voice too tight and a little bit.
Ce qu'il veut, c'est qu'on coupe le micro. Comment je vais couper le micro?
Oh, thank you. Okay, so to conclude this presentation, we can show you some examples of recommendations according to the social marketing steps. Firstly, you have to identify a need. You can ask the question, what is the problem to be treated? For example, in our cases, we can identify a lack of physical activity among older population. So we want to promote physical activities through digital intervention. In a second time, you need to clearly understand your population. Okay, what are their behaviors? What are their needs? For this, you have to conduct preliminary studies by combining several methods. In our research, we used qualitative approach to understand the different profiles, but you also had quantitative approach. And based on these results, you can segment your population on several criteria and propose adapted actions for each segment. In our research, we need to adapt, for example, smart devices with seniors' expectations. For example, provide smart devices which can strongly support social links, for example. And now I pass the floor to Manel for the last 2 steps.
So for the fourth steps, we have to testing and optimization the use of our techniques used by social marketing to adapt devices and to encourage the adoption of virtuous behavior. So as our study shows different logics of use of smart devices and different profiles of users, a living lab approach, which consists to test dispositives, devices, technological devices on the elderly. So Living Lab approach help co-design and help co-creation value with elderly consumer. So we propose to testing the solution to better meet the expectation of elderly consumers. And the final step of behavior stage of behavior change process is to evaluating the social marketing intervention through models, different models who help the practitioner of social marketing to evaluating their techniques put in place to change behavior by elderly consumers. So thank you for your attention. If you have questions, we are here. I can't change the diapositive.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and for taking the time to present the social marketing approach. Anne has one question.
Thank you. I'm really happy to see research on older adults. I have two questions. One is a bit related to your question on adolescence. Your age range for older adults is quite broad, especially in study 1 and 2. And I was wondering if you saw any differences between the older elderly and the younger. If we look at like healthy diet and research there, the elderly older adults often say, well, you know, this is kind of normal for me to have health problems, and I'm already doing better than most of my peers from my age because I'm still alive and they are either hospitalized or dead, so I'm actually doing quite well, and changing my health behaviors isn't going to add anything to me, is not going to prevent the fact that I will have health problems because this is normal at my age. So I wonder if you saw any differences between like the 62 to maybe 75 and then really the older adults. And a second question I had is it's focused on the individual. How about the family? How about when family relatives encourage older adults to use these things? I don't know if you know this this little video of this elderly man who, for his birthday present from his kids, gets a smart cane and a smart fork and a smart bed, and he's really miserable because they're forcing him to be healthy. But then, like the second day, he's figured out that he can get the teenage boy who lives next door to walk the cane, and he just gives him a 6-pack of beers, and he puts books in his bed, and so he found a way to avoid all of this. So, yeah, I was wondering about what about older adults, older elderly versus the younger elderly, and what about the influence of the social environment and the family?
I start, Romain, or you prefer to start?
Yes, because I'm sorry, I didn't hear the beginning of the question.
It's about the age of participant.
Oh, okay. I think the justification for the choice of the age of participants? Okay.
I will maybe answer, and you...
Yes.
So in the 3 studies, we have a different age of participant. In my study, I will talk about my study. The participant of my qualitative research is aged between 60 and 75 because I was looking to understand the adoption of healthy behavior by the elderly, but active elderly, because there are 3 stages of old age. We have the young elderly, the oldest elderly, and the more oldest elderly. So I was looking to understand how young elderly or young consumer use the quantified self-smart devices to engage a preventive approach, and they are voluntary to engage in this approach, preventive approach. We in marketing, you correct if I said wrong things, but in marketing they are Orient and Guillaume article, which determine the age of average consumer is 60 years over 60 years in marketing studies. So I use this age to identify my participant to the participant of the first study that we present. And the idea is we are in the active age. We are looking for young, older consumer and understand how they use the quantified self-smart devices. And I let Romain explain the reason he.
Okay. Yes. So for the study number 2. We choose retired people because retirement can be an important step in your life, and retirement can largely impact with the self-determination theory perspective, your need of autonomy, competence, and relatedness. So it was one part of our research. We really want to understand what impact can have the retirement on seniors' physical activity.
Maybe to complement the answer, actually there's a difference between what we call the objective age and the subjective age. And what we saw, especially in study number 2, is that what mattered more was not the objective age, but more how people perceive their age. So we had some people that were over 70 but were really active and were not in the first group. Remember, the group of people who are not really, do not feel really competent, autonomous, etc. Really depending on how they feel. I mean, beyond the age. And the second question was about the social environment. So, Romain, maybe about the social support.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Okay, so what I've seen in the third study is that the family was really helpful to train them, to explain them how to use the smart device, and they were okay to ask for some advices from the family, which was helping them to engage with the smart device. So yeah, we could have focused more on the social environment, because this is also part of the explanation of whether people engage with it or not. Yeah, but not for my younger one.
In the case of the second logic of use, sociability logic of use, old consumer said that a social environment prescribe the use of devices. So there is an impact of the co-creation of value with other people or people who are in the social environment of elderly. So we have this effect on the use of devices.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question that could be both on study 1 and 2. It seems that the smart devices are really useful for those who are already active and in this process of willingness of behavior change. So in the study 1, I think you presented 3 categories of people. For the 1 and the 2, is the need of smart devices the main problem in their willingness of being more active?
In the first and second logics of use, people are more concerned about their health and well-being, so they use quantified self devices to promoting health and to in the preventive approach. They are not devices which include in medical process or medical monitoring of health, like people who suffer for chronic diseases. So they are voluntary to maintain their health and well-being.
Okay, because in the study one, I think you talk about the or study two, the autonomous motivation or controlled motivation, and yeah, maybe it seems that a part of the population needs more to maybe switch from motivation to another than to use the devices.
It's the second study. I let Romain answer.
Yes, for to answer your question, in the second study, for the first profile, the constraints, they don't practice a lot of physical activity because for some of them, because of their health conditions, okay, and for them, it's not a priority of their well-aging and their well-being, and they don't see how to manage smart devices and how those smart devices can help them in their well-aging. So this is the most important reasons why they don't use smart devices.
Well, maybe to complement and to answer more directly your question, I mean, if you're not motivated to change behavior or to practice physical activity, it's not because you are given a smartwatch or whatever that you will practice more. I mean, from what I've read and from what I've found in my research, I mean, motivation does not come from the tool. It's more a way to support motivation and maybe change the type of motivation, because I think it was in the first research, knowing better your performances, how many steps you're doing, what you're eating, etc. You become more competent and you might develop more autonomous motivation, sure. But if there's no motivation, technology will not solve the issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yes, thank you. So it's a question for study 2, so for Romain. How did you choose your sample, and what was the proportion of the 3 profiles? Did you have more committed or constrained people? Because it was not a big sample, but maybe you have proportion.
Okay, it was a convenience sample, and we recruited older people with association in the city of Grenoble. And concerning the several profiles, we have 5 participants in the constraints, 11 in the careful, and 5 in the last profiles,
okay.
The committed.
Okay, thank you.
So yes, we have a lot of persons in the second profile, but it's really interesting to note that, like Agnès said previously, the older person, for example, who are 82, are not in the first group, for example, in the contrast.
So it's not dependent from the age of the participant?
No.
Okay, that's interesting. Thanks.
In the same vein, I was wondering what rule you used to classify persons in each profile. Did you use a cluster analysis or something different?
Well, actually, it's a manual thematic analysis, which means that we've been reading many times our transcript, and from there we have identified some themes that we have organized into categories, subcategory, etc. And then we've done what we call a vertical analysis, which means analyzing the interview individual after individual. Okay, and we combine this with the horizontal analysis, where we have analyzed theme by theme and trying to connect the different themes. And based on those two analyses, we were able to build this qualitative typology. So we've not used any software because well, software are convenient, but you lose a lot of information, and then when it comes to tell a nice story, it's more difficult. And qualitative is about telling a nice story.
Okay, if there are no more questions, it's time for the lunch break. We ordered 25 lunch boxes for organizers and speakers, but we are 22 if I counted well. So I think there will be lunch boxes for everyone here. So next presentation at 1:30 p.m.
Merci à vous. Au revoir, à plus tard. Bon appétit et puis bonne présentation cet après-midi. Merci.
Alors, il faut que je fasse quoi? Nickel.
Ouais, ça fonctionne. Donc, attends, je partage mon niveau. Ah, je m'entends par contre derrière. Ok. Et donc, si je fais full screen, ça a l'air de fonctionner. Alors, il y a un problème il y a un problème de résolution, ça m'a fait ça tout à l'heure. Parce que c'est pas la même taille de slide. Mais attends, je peux faire ça. Ok, bon, ok, là c'est bon, ça fonctionne. Ouais, parce que le haut-parleur de mon MacBook Pro, en général, il est meilleur que quand je mets des écouteurs. Parce que c'est pas la même taille. Je peux faire ça. Ouais, parce que il y a un gros lag là, j'entends ce que je disais avant. Là, j'ai baissé le son de mon ordi, est-ce que c'est mieux? Ok. Je peux. C'est bon? Et par rapport au lag, du coup, comment on fera? Vous vous mettrez en mute là de l'autre côté ou Ok, ça marche. Bon. Tu veux que je reste connecté, Clément, ou je me déconnecte? Ok, et j'arrête de partager, j'imagine, la slide. Falco va reprendre. Ok. Hello, Falco.
Yes. Yes, I do, very well.
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome back if you were with us this morning. So I hope you had a good break, good lunch break, and that you are ready for this riveting afternoon. First, we are pleased to listen to Falko Sniehotta, who is professor at the University of Heidelberg, and who is going to talk about individual support for weight loss maintenance, the role of physical activity. So Falko, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm really glad I have the opportunity to speak to you today. I would like to achieve three things in the next half hour. I would like to embed the discussion about physical activity and digital interventions a little bit in a public health perspective. I'd like to show you an angle from my own research, which is mainly in the area of obesity and weight loss maintenance. And then I would like to highlight some of the specific opportunities that we have here for personalizing interventions well beyond the level that we regularly see implemented. So as you can see, I'm a professor of public health, social and preventive medicine. So that's perhaps explains some of the background I'm trying to bring into this discussion today. So what a fantastic program. And thank you very much to the SENS team and to Professor Shalabayev for putting it together. What a privilege to see all these fantastic perspectives coming together here. Very much a behavior change psychology audience. And I think it is useful for us to sort of also reflect on the role of these digital interventions in a wider context. For my example of obesity, we know that physical activity is an important part in understanding and potentially treating obesity-related issues, but it's one part of many. And the same will hold true for many of the other contexts, in particular the health context from which we are approaching physical activity interventions. We're interested in preventing heart disease or cancer, or in this case, perhaps type 2 diabetes. And important to understand how different interventions play together in a complex system. So you will have heard these kind of conversations about upstream and downstream interventions. Yeah, we can intervene on physical activity by building bicycle lines in cities. We can intervene on physical activity by building more walkable areas. But we can, of course, also wait until people perhaps have developed substantial risk factors or have already developed disease factors, and we can use that point to intervene. The further down the line we intervene, the more intensive our interventions tend to be, because we are usually looking for quite a big difference. And in this perspective, it's important to note that digital interventions are very much downstream, and they are trying to address those who already have a reason to be concerned about their health. And it's important to memorize that these people are, on the contrary to the majority, usually less educated, less affluent, and have less social capital. And they might also, in many cases, have less digital and health literacy. And these are all issues that the digital intervention world is working against. And in this context, we need to look into the possibilities of these interventions. And one way I always find really helpful for doing this is the RE-AIM framework by Glasgow and colleagues, where we not only focus on efficacy, which in scientific discussions we often do, but we have already heard wonderful talks earlier today about reach and about who actually do we get to take part in these interventions. What do we need to offer? What do we need to do for people to engage? Do they engage because of the health benefits that the intervention might promise? Or might they engage because of gaming? What is the amount of efficacy that we can get out of such interventions, and how does it relate to, for example, health literacy? Is somebody with the same, with a higher level of education more likely to benefit from the intervention because it requires regularity, it requires reading, it requires comprehension? Or can the interventions also pick up people who perhaps haven't got the same level of background knowledge and literacy? Really important to understand how we can get people engaged and how we keep them engaged in the interventions. But there are also some areas where we really have an advantage, like in terms of implementation, we have a much bigger control in digital interventions over the fidelity of the interventions. So the degree to which the intervention is delivered as planned than we have in many other face-to-face settings. And the other point that remains important for me and has also come out of the talks earlier today is a question of maintenance. The typical pattern of many apps in general, for example, but health apps even more so, is that people download them, they use them briefly, and then they discard them. And they discard them probably because it's part of the lifestyle that we use with apps, but they might also discard it early on because they realize it doesn't meet their needs. It isn't specifically tailored to what they want to get out of it. And that is one of the foci I would like to bring in this conversation today. And I do this from an area of individual weight loss. And it seems slightly contrasensical after I just sort of talked about the importance of upstream interventions. But I'll briefly make the case as a background. So the idea of individual weight loss, should a public health professor even be engaged in that kind of activity? The answer, as you will imagine, is yes. Yeah, I would argue that personal weight loss has a worse reputation than the evidence suggests it ought to have. So we tend to get these kind of messages. We hear about diets not working, we hear about yo-yo diets, and people essentially neither find it acceptable for people to be obese, nor do they see any feasible way of getting out of it, which adds to the difficult experiences that people who live with obesity have. Consequently, we want to break this down a little bit, and we highlighted whether healthcare professionals recommended or not losing weight and becoming more physically active are the main intentions that people have in most countries where I've done research. So this is an example for the New Year's resolutions that people in the United Kingdom have made in the year 2019. And you can see our topic today couldn't be more central to what people think about when they are getting into the new year. They want to be fitter. They want to lose weight. They want to improve their diet. Other things like hobbies and money come well after those points. So that seems to be the one thing that keeps us together. And indeed, we have conducted a systematic review of prevalence studies all over the world over decades. And we have found out that a substantial amount of adults with and without overweight is trying to lose weight every year. We have estimated that in the European Union, at least 250 million people will make a weight loss attempt every year. And these are, of course, quite substantial numbers, and they go beyond what we normally do in psychology when we ask people to name their intentions. Here we go well beyond the intention. We see engagement, and more than that, we see people investing a lot of their personal time, but even more so money, to try to control their body weight. So we are dealing here with a very willing audience. More so, there's evidence that weight loss in principle is possible. regardless of the discussions around it. So this is a very pragmatic trial, the famous Lighten Up trial in England, that essentially tests how effective those weight loss services are that you can find at the high street. And I'm not quite sure which of those are available in France, but I'm pretty sure that Weight Watchers, or WW as they're now called, will be available in France. And you can sort of see, compared to an exercise-only comparator, compared to delivery through general practice, compared to pharmacy, these are effective interventions. Yeah, what you can see here is a bit specialist data. You have BOCF, which is baseline observation carried forward. You have complete cases only, and you have last observation carried forward. These are merely statistical handles of the fact that in weight loss studies, people who are not successful tend to drop out, and we need to make some assumptions about what happens to them when they drop out. But on the whole, we see these are not dramatic weight loss successes, but they are clinically worth having, they're affordable, and they're widely available. So people, in principle, can lose weight, and as we have seen, they do lose weight. But as you have already seen in my initial slide showing that the idea of weight loss as such is controversial, there are issues with weight gain. There's the elephant in the room, that is weight regain. In the English literature, we sometimes hear the term yo-yo diet. And a yo-yo is a sort of really misleading example for what happens when you diet. Because in the yo-yo, the physical forces that you impose on the yo-yo on its descent determines the rate of its ascent. And that clearly isn't the case in obesity at all. What we do know is that most weight loss attempts peak within about 6 months. What you also see here is that physical activity alone is not a very sensible weight loss treatment. There's a very poor evidence to it. Physical activity with diet works okay, but frankly, for losing weight, diet only tends to slightly outperform diet plus physical activity. And the role of physical activity really, to my mind, cutting along literature quite short for you, is in weight loss maintenance. After the initial weight loss is achieved, that is the point when people would want to increase their physical activity. And that is also the focus that I will take here now. So both in randomized controlled trials, as you can see on this slide, you have weight loss, and that's usually followed by weight loss maintenance, or in other words, by weight regain. If we only look at people who complete their programs in all available interventions, we see people will regain. So even if they are adherent to the intervention, there is a level of regain that is physically involved in the intervention. So can we keep it off? And how can we keep it off? And what is the role of physical activity? And indeed, what is the role of potential digital interventions to support it? So when we look into the largest prospective longitudinal study, the US National Weight Control Registry, you see that they have followed up 10,000 adults who lost weight of at least 30 pounds, so quite substantial weight loss, maintained it for a year or more, so quite substantial level of maintenance, and they have been followed up for 10 years. So in some ways, the most impressive longitudinal cohort, albeit perhaps not representative of any other population that there is, except for these really quite outstanding weight loss individuals. And what you can see here is the predictors at baseline of long-term maintenance are related to regularity of intake, but also in particular to quite substantial levels of physical activity. And that adds to literature from trials showing that physical activity in weight loss maintenance seems to be a highly beneficial strategy. So we wanted to understand how this works in trials, and we did the first large systematic review of randomized controlled trials where people get randomized after they've lost weight. So they first lose weight, then they have randomization, and then we check whether behavioral, and in this study also pharmacological interventions, but I can summarize those findings in one sentence for you, and we don't have to go there, whether they help to reduce the rate of weight regain after initial weight loss. The brief answer for the pharmacological interventions is that yes, they work. They don't work significantly better than the behavioral ones, and they tend to have a sort of maximum range of prescription. Therefore, we can save here, we can focus here on the behavioral ones without losing much content. And what you get here, and that's a bit complicated, and I just sort of focus you on that little red number underneath the forest plot. We get a possibility of these interventions to reduce weight regain at the rate of about 1.5 kilograms a year. Now, is that absolutely amazing? Well, probably it isn't, but it's clinically relevant. If it could be scaled up, it would be highly beneficial for population health. And as you can see from the plot as well, there's a huge level of variability between the interventions. And here for the first time, theory comes in, because we noted that substantial heterogeneity and we wanted to break it down. And apologize for the small fonts. I explain what it means. So in the bottom, you have a set of trials that have used absolutely no theory. And in those trials, they haven't found any difference between the trial arms, the intervention arms, and the control arms. So there's no effect, quite straightforward. Then there is a sort of set of trials that used sorts of self-regulation theory approaches, and they do much better. And they are high quality trials with very low risk of bias. And then there is a third set of trials. About two things need to be said. Firstly, they used all the same theory, which is a problem-solving approach, which I will show you in a moment. But also they're all authored by the first author, Perry, and they all have a reasonably high risk of bias. And so we're not quite sure how reliable this information is. So depending on how you want to look at it, you can have 3 reliable groups here, or you could focus on the first 2 groups where we have quite a solid difference between intervention use versus no intervention use. So that brings us to the question of theory, really. We were absolutely eager to understand what we are doing in maintenance and wanted to understand what is the theoretical base for our doing and our interventions. And so I give you here the 6 perhaps most famous theories. So Martin Hagger, you made it into the top 6 with the integrated behavior change model. We have the HAPA, the theory of planned behavior, social cognitive theory, protection motivation theory, and the COMBI. I'm not sure you can read all the words here, and I don't think that is so important. But what is important for the purpose of this talk is to highlight is that all these theories have a lot of commonalities. They highlight the importance of social cognitions. They highlight the importance of self-efficacy, intention, and planning. And they don't say a huge amount about 2 things that we're quite passionate about. One is context and environment. And the other one is perhaps features of the audience for which this particularly applies. The third thing, that's really important for me, and it's really something I am rather interested in, is none of those theories, in line with most of psychology, mentions time in anything. Time is not an issue. So Professor Aina Shalabayev has led this beautiful commentary piece, which is an open science framework and currently under submission. So we are really interested in the role of both focus on the context and the environment in which action happens, and as well on the audiences. And I'd like to sort of go into some detail on that, if you allow. So at the heart of social cognitive theory by Bandura, you have this idea of a reciprocal determinism. And what it really means is that the behavior at any given time is a function of the relevant cognitive and situational factors at the time before that. And vice versa, you can break in a reciprocal relationship, you can break down all the other factors like this as well. So anything is, any such factor here is described as a function of the other factors at previous time points. So time is a really important point. So that your behavior now affects your intention in the future, and your intention now will affect your behavior in the future. And there's a perpetual relationship between these factors over time. That's very much what social cognition models, I think, assume. That's how it works. And the question is that quite enough to understand how people, once they have taken up a behavior, once they have performed it a number of times, that they will maintain it over a very, very long time, and perhaps at some stage develop new habits. Ellen Rodring from the Netherlands, in the team of Martje van Stralen, did this beautiful systematic review of predictors of lapse and relapse in prospective studies. And for now, let's focus on the upper half of those results, on physical activity. What we find is that the main predictors are indeed the kind of predictors that would have been found in each of the social cognition models that I've shown you. A lack of self-efficacy, self-regulation, behavior control will predict relapse. A lack of self-efficacy will also predict lapses. And the more cons, the more negative outcome expectancies people hold, the more likely they are to relapse. That seems to make a lot of sense and speak in the direction of those models. So I promised you I'll give you a brief breakdown of the 5-step problem-solving model that we have found to be so much related to effectiveness in those trials. And I think if you can see that it's probably what most psychologists would do anyway in almost everything, and we didn't find anything particularly unique that would explain this very high level of efficacy that we have found in those trials. So to me, it is coherent with the type of interventions that we have seen being described as self-regulation interventions. And there's a whole book to it that, again, doesn't give us anything discrete from the other models. So there might be a little bit of an issue with the risk of bias, but it is probably a similar idea that if people essentially set goals, focus on their decision-making, focus on their behaviors, and have some test exit procedures, that's probably a good thing to do when you're trying to orchestrate different behaviors that all work together in trying to affect an outcome, which is here weight. So the complexity, of course, is much higher than the complexity the behavioral models are mostly built for. And then there are specific theories of maintenance. So here's one that we have published in Health Psychology Review in 2018 by Cadwell and colleagues. And it focuses on aspects like executive function and the idea that that executive function specific to the maintenance of a behavior may develop over time and may explain those health behaviors. It does bring in aspects of identity, which many empirical, both qualitative and quantitative studies have found to be relevant in social cognitions, in maintenance, I apologize, in maintenance. But noteworthy here that all the social cognitions are either gone or put here as indicators of identity, which seems a peculiar way of theorizing about maintenance. In the same journal, different authors show here what's often the case. We're not really trying to regulate a behavior or a set of behaviors. We're often trying to orchestrate something else. Ultimately, in this case, it's weight, but for the authors here, it's a tension to relapse to old behaviors. And I think that sort of tension is an interesting factor because it opens up for individual factors that can feed into the tension. And that suggests that not everybody will respond to the same model. And of course, in theory-based working, that starts becoming a little bit of a problem. So we have sort of looked into the idea of two alternative programs of behavior, the old behavior and the new behavior, and the potential for each of those behaviors to become dominant. And in this period A that is shown here, that's what we often find in people who've just lost weight. They feel very much in control. They don't want to be the subject of an intervention, and they're quite happy without a huge amount of support. But then in the period B, they experience a lapse. And from our research, in qualitative research, ecologic momentary assessment, other observations, we often find that the switch from one to the other, is very rapid. Somebody who today says they're fully in control might tomorrow find themselves in a lapse. So really helpful would be if we could identify some of those areas when people are in need of more intensive interventions and intervene accordingly. And the idea also is that over time, people might have different phases in which more and less interventions and perhaps different types of interventions are needed. And again, if we can pick up those needs through digital technology, and if we can feed into those needs, that would certainly make the interventions more acceptable for people. They're more likely to continue using them because they wouldn't be bothered with what they perceive to be unmatching intervention content, and it might also bring up the efficacy. So I realize I'm talking slower than I did, so I briefly jump over this and say we had a wonderful PhD student who many of you know, Dominika Kwasniewska, who has been through more than 100 behavioral theories to try to extract from those theories what are the kind of themes of maintenance. And what she has found is that there are 5 areas that really seem to matter. One is to have maintenance motives, which are often very different from the original motives that people had when they started the behavior change. In particular, related to satisfaction with the outcomes, a congruence with one's identity, beliefs or values, or the idea that one realizes continuous reinforcement, probably because one thinks one is doing well. And that as such is a serious matter of reinforcement. The second theme, in line with those trials that I've shown you, is self-regulation. You know, set goals, monitor progress, reduce discrepancies, plan, monitor, and so on. Clearly, they have a strong grounding in theory. The idea of personal resources comes out of the observation, for example, that when people make lapses or have relapses, they often feel a bit stressed. They sometimes are under the influence of alcohol. They're very tired. When personal resources are down, overwriting old habits in favor of healthier activities is difficult, and it impedes the project of maintenance. Recent years have shown an increase in the science of automaticity in behavior, in particular around habits and routines. And that is a 4th theme that she has identified. And finally, and really important, and perhaps most ignored by many of our behavioral psychological theories, is that the environment and the social influences play an important role in maintenance. One can change in an environment that isn't supportive, but because this environment that isn't supportive continuously provides cues to relapse, the chances to sustain the behavior over time is diminished. So based on this, we essentially have the idea that people aren't just managing a behavior and within or even a program of behavior in which physical activity plays a role, but they are managing essentially the relationship between 2 learned programs, a newly adopted behavior and an old behavior. The old behavior, because it's sometimes been performed in its program for decades, it's very powerful, will always be there, and has to be managed against the factors influencing the new behavior. And when we do this, here's an example of observational N-of-1 studies. These are quantitative studies where people every day answer a few questions by phone related to the theory. We measure their physical activity, we measure their weighing behavior, and we then essentially get this kind of data. Here's the data of one person over 180 days, where they every day weigh themselves and every day report their adherence to their weight loss maintenance plan. And we can then start modeling these things for different individuals. So now please bear with me. This looks like a terrible slide, and it is. But what you can see here is in the RAWs, you have 8 participants. I didn't fit all 12 on it. I just want to make a point here, really. And then there are predictors, essentially maintenance motives, self-regulation, habit, personal resources, and environment that people answer every day through ecologic momentary assessment. And then we essentially analyze the data. And what I want to show here is not all the details. What I want to show here is how much there is to learn from it. So take importance within maintenance motives, for example. We have the whole range over more than half a year. In participant 8, it's a very powerful predictor that gives us a good prediction of their behavior, whereas in participant 5, it isn't even significant. If we take self-regulation, again, we see here within the same factors, the range from take obstacles, perceived obstacles. For participant 3, it predicts almost all of their behavior. For participant 4, it doesn't at all. And there are other examples. And finally, also across people. Some people are very predictable and others aren't. And all of these factors allow, in principle, such a good prediction of people over time, including trends, including moving averages, including circularities of annual, monthly, weekly patterns that allow interventions to become increasingly sophisticated in targeting the key moments. So now very briefly for the end, an example how we tried to implement this. This is the new level trial that's been published in PLOS Medicine. And what we really tried to do is we tried to target as much as we can with this population. And we also wanted to make sure we don't just get our educated cashmere jumper wearing previous teachers, but we wanted to have the whole population. So we went into some of the poorest neighborhoods in England to recruit. We had also help from weight loss providers, from the NHS, from a range of sources to have a diverse audience. And here the idea was really that everybody gets a scale at home. And this scale helps us to understand both what they're weighing, but also almost as important for this research, whether they're weighing themselves or not. And that allowed us then to compare both arms against each other. The control arm didn't get any particular instructions how often to weigh themselves. In the intervention arm, we asked people to weigh themselves on a daily basis. Yeah, that's very much what I said, the combination between the digital technology, the self-reported data, and the intervention was kicked off with a single face-to-face session. And the content itself wasn't particularly unique. Essentially, people set goals, that we monitored their steps, we monitored their self-reported behaviors, like eating behaviors, and critically, we monitored their weighing and weight. And based on that, we tailored the intervention to the people. That meant in phases where they seemed fully in control, the intervention was very, very light indeed. In periods in which they became increasingly struggling with their weight loss maintenance, the intervention was scaled up. And essentially what we found here is that the intervention did not make a difference to weight loss maintenance. To our dismay, although we had fantastic retention, almost everybody completed the trial. But what we did see a significant effect on physical activity, which will have been related to the monitoring of their walking behavior. So the more specific behavior, the more concrete behavior, we did get an effect, whereas for weight loss maintenance, we didn't get one, which was partially explained to the fact that the control group did better than we thought, and so there might have been the monitoring effect of the scale overriding some of the effectiveness. So if we look into self-weighing, one of the factors, we, for example, saw that some of our theories did seem to work. So people in the intervention arm weighed themselves more often than people in the control arm. And those who weighed themselves every day didn't put on any weight. But the key point here is that in terms of weight, it didn't work. In terms of the secondary outcome of physical activity, it did work. So reflections towards the end, if you allow. So I think for weight and for other maintenance, social cognitions are important, but of course, to some degree, they are already, the variability is reduced. Those people in our examples who have already lost weight, well, yes, clearly they will have positive intentions. They will have some level of self-efficacy through their success. They will have positive outcome expectancies. So you don't see the full variability that you see in people who haven't acted yet. And that, of course, diminishes the predictive utility. Yeah. But also we find that context, time, the fact that people have multiple behaviors to manage at the same time, and characteristics of the audience aren't really covered in social cognition models. That's why we are working with colleagues on extensions of those models and trying to make them more suitable for that quite specific and different context of maintenance that we are looking into. We also find that people seem to be so tremendously different in how they maintain and what determines and predicts their maintenance behavior, that it seems very difficult to see a single model being applied. Rather, what we're doing is we're looking into factors from different models and trying through empirical means to build an individualized context around the individual, which we can then use to tailor interventions. And that gets us into this kind of world of just-in-time adaptive interventions that have the potential to optimize reach, retention, and effectiveness for interventions. And that is very much a flexible and perhaps unconventional use of behavioral models, but that's where we are at this stage, and I would be absolutely delighted to hear your feedback on this. Thank you very much indeed for your attention.
Falko, any question in the audience? Or maybe online too. Okay.
Hello, Falko, it's Aina. In the last study you presented, so if I understood correctly, there was an effect of the intervention on physical activity, but not on weight maintenance. So
that is correct, yeah.
Does this suggest that it was more easy, or it is more easy to change physical activity or to maintain a change in physical activity than in diet?
Well, we have more. I hear myself very loudly. I probably have to switch it off a bit. We have more evidence and more research experience in changing physical activity than we have in affecting weight loss maintenance. So that is certainly true. And of course, in terms of the physical activity measurement, we have quite fine and real-time measures, whereas the weighing and the weight is a slow-moving variable. It's slightly more difficult to intervene on it. So in some ways that might have explained why in that particular context it was a bit easier to change physical activities than weight.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I was wondering, how can you explain that some people are more predictable than others? Where does this come from? Is it coming from the environment or something else? I'm just curious about this.
That's such a wonderful question. Two issues about that. So first of all, there's a methodological flaw in the method that we're using, which is if you have no variability at all in your behavior, then the variability cannot also not be predicted. So the idea of intra-individual variability requires a level of variability. Now, we have tested this in our participants, and they usually have sufficient variability to analyze them. So it's not just a methodological flaw. But for example, one thing that has been theorized is that people who live in uncertain economic circumstances are less predictable because, for example, it's more difficult for them to plan ahead because they have less control over the circumstances of their life. So that would be, for example, one factor that has been identified as a predictor of the intra-individual predictability. If people have a lot of different struggles that they need to attend to simultaneously, they might not be able to put physical activity as much as a priority than other people, who then might become more predictable. Other people might be more predictable on through factors that we haven't measured. It's also really important, whilst we are trying to reflect on some environmental factors too. These are, in our study, reported environmental factors. So we don't know what the actual environmental factors were and to what degree they had controlled the variability. So there's a lot we do not know. What we can say at this stage is that there are huge differences in terms of the we use a variation of regression methods with autocorrelation, and you can really interpret this a bit as a determination coefficient, and the differences are just absolutely substantial.
Other question? Yeah, Clément.
Yeah, Falko, we have one online question from Alia Amirova. So first, I thank you for your presentation. And the question is, could you please expand how would you scale up the intervention at the critical time point when relapse is likely to happen? What does it entail?
Yeah, I suppose in the future, you would use some artificial intelligence to do that. In our case, we essentially define scenarios. So, for example, when people weigh themselves less regularly, it's usually a risk factor. So we start asking more questions. And then essentially in this study, there were algorithms trying to test different scenarios that we had hypothesized. I think, to be honest, in the future, you just use a good artificial intelligence algorithm that tries to link factors and tries to sort of predict lapses. But that can be done both intra-individually as well as inter-individually. But that's of course the art. The other point is some of the questions were simply self-reflective. So we asked people how tempted they are, how confident they are, how high their self-efficacy is, and it's quite clear from what we have shown that if people say, my confidence is going down and my temptation is going up, and that's a very clear pattern, I think. We also asked them to indicate if special events happen in which they are worried about that. There was also a level of text message exchange possible. So we did a few things. We tried to pick up a few low-hanging fruit, but compared to what is technically possible, those algorithms were quite primitive, I would say, and quite early stage. And I think, especially with large samples and many observations, with good artificial intelligence, you should be able to do it much better.
The only online one question, so that's okay for me. I think you answered it properly.
Okay. Perfect. Many thanks, Falko. And now, Guillaume, can you hear me?
Yes.
No, Guillaume.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
I can too. Hello, everyone.
Yes.
Do you want me to share my screen?
Yeah, just first we have the active breaks, because Guillaume here we try to be a little bit physically active, so we have the break before your presentation.
Yeah,
So
it's very important.
Clément, please.
Okay, everyone, so we will stand up. You will see that will not be a very active break. It will be a balancing and stretching break. Okay, so you will take the time to roll up your shoulders. Take time for it in one sense and on the other. Okay, your neck too. You balance your head to the right, to the left, and to the left, to the right. Okay, up and down. Okay, we will do a little thing about balance. So we will be on one foot and we will rise up the other knee like a ninja. Okay, and we will try to just go on our knees. Up. Okay, we will do the same thing with the other one. If it's too difficult, you can put down your knee. We will take the exercise of lion. Shakira exercise, yeah. And you can go very back and down. So you can grab the shoulder of the person next to you if you need it to do that. We know this exercise, so you can. Alex, please, don't destroy the amphitheater. Okay, the other one. Okay, and we will roll our ankles. And that's okay. So Guillaume, everything is okay here. Everyone is warm up. So that's your turn.
Thank you very much. So can you hear me well? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm sorry for not being with you in person today. Strikes make the things quite challenging. Or maybe instead of a strike, I could say the French government, that causally speaking maybe is before the strike, make the things quite challenging. But well, anyway, I'm still happy for being part of this workshop, which is super interesting, and I think you will see some parallel between what has been said before and what I will present now. And also, sorry, I'm not super well looking, but I'm trying to keep physically active too. And I'm playing rugby on Sunday, and I took a nice shot this past Sunday. So it's why I have some stuff here. So now we can talk about what I would like to discuss today. And my talk will focus on physical activity time series specifically. And we have discussed different things during this workshop. So how can behavioral science help digitalization to work a bit better? Here it's a bit like the other orientation. And to me, in the physical activity domain, this concept of time series is really the best contribution of the digitalization to this topic of physical activity promotion. So I will try to convince you about this. So at the end, we are interested in all these things for one specific outcome, which is changing physical activity. We have some participants that have a specific level of physical activity, and we want them to do more physical activity. The classical paradigm that we can see in the literature for years now, and which is still actual, is to take like snapshot of physical activity. So usually it's measured during 1 week in baseline, 3 months, 6 months, sometime 1 year later. And it's what I will call here the low resolution paradigm, or the baseline 3-6 months paradigm. And we have a lot of figures like this in the literature showing how physical activity changed between an intervention and a control group, with a relatively, I will say, static view on it, with again like some time point, like few time points over time. And these last years, we have seen more and more pictures like this one, which is a time series of physical activity, also from a randomized control trial, but just from one participant. And I think that these two pictures speak for themselves. And you can see that the view that we have on physical activity on the right is much more complex than the one on the left. And actually, I've been starting to work with this time series during my postdoc in San Diego some years ago now. And since I discovered, I will say, this continuous monitoring paradigm and this high resolution paradigm, I cannot do something else. And to me, it's where like most of the more important things in terms of physical activity prevention lies. And especially like accounting for this variability, for this dynamic, for this complexity. An analogy that I like about this low versus high resolution paradigm is simply taking a picture. And I will say that on the left, we have a very blurry picture of what is occurring. We have like a very basic view of the physical activity change process, while on the right, with the high resolution, we have something that looks like more like close to the reality. And I think it's very important as scientists, obviously, to describe processes that are close to the reality. And sometimes I think we are very far from the reality. So today I would like to discuss some of the risks that come from this low resolution baseline 3-6 months paradigm, and also on a more positive side, all the opportunities also that we can develop with the high resolution one. So in terms of the risk, the first concept that I would like to introduce today is the concept of sampling frequency. And I'm not sure that I've heard about this word yet in the workshop. And basically, sampling frequency is the number of observation by unit of time that you collect for a specific process. So let's take an example. Here in this time series picture that I show you, we have one observation every day for 250 days. So that's the sampling frequency. It's a relatively high level sampling frequency. It could be even like higher if, for example, we were looking at within day change in physical activity, and we could have like a number of steps every hour during 250 days, and it will be even like higher sampling frequency. Here, obviously, the sampling frequency is lower because we have only 4 observations in 6 months with varying time windows between time points, something which is very strange because we have like 1 month, then it's 3 months, then it's 6 months. So it seems a bit random. And my key message about sampling frequency is that it's not something that should be predefined by random standards. So we are used to do this, and I've been trained also to do this. So to take like a baseline measure and let's say a 3 months and let's say a 6 months, because we have some papers saying that after 6 months, we have some forms of maintenance. And we all do this. So because we all do this, we also do this. And my key message here is that to me, sampling frequency, especially in health psychology and behavioral medicine, we are not super good at this, really deserve to be thought and really deserve to be like anticipated when we design a project. So thinking about the time between measurement point and also the total time of data collection and all the different things that we can manipulate here. And something which is very important with all these digital technology is that, again, in the physical activity domain, activity monitors on smartphones now make like continuous monitoring or at least like higher resolution measurement much more easier than before. And I think it's really an opportunity that we should not miss. So collecting higher resolution and also like analyzing this data at higher resolution. So another risk. Oh, sorry. So keeping on the sampling frequency, it's an example, an empirical example from the literature about alcohol consumption. I am not aware of such an example in the physical activity domain, but I'm sure that it's the same result and it will be easy to demonstrate. So here you have an intervention for reducing alcohol consumption, and you have 2 arms: the control group in blue and the intervention group in red. And as you can see, the differences between the 2 groups are varying over time. And the conclusion of the author is that it's very arbitrary to look at the differences between the intervention and control group in baseline 6 months and 12 months, because actually over time, the differences are varying. So it's an obvious, I will say, empirical demonstration of what I was saying before. It can be risky to randomly take some snapshots when you have like some variable that can vary a lot, like most health behaviors and especially physical activity. And the second risk is a bit more straightforward, and it's what I was saying at the beginning. Since I discovered all this stuff about time series in the physical activity domain, and I have been doing stat and working with time series for some years now, I could not come back to another type of data, really, because to me, it does not mirror the reality at all. And I'm even like wondering myself if it's used to develop intervention, to test models, when we do not have good characterization of our main outcome, which is physical activity behavior change. So it's a bit tough, and I also applying this statement to my past research. But I really think that all the effort invested in, again, developing models, developing intervention, they are quite useless if our main outcome is not characterized like in the most perfect way that we can, given our methods and the availability of statistical and data collection methods. And I think it's very important, especially for psychologists, because sometimes I will say that we are more excited by the process, the determinant of physical activity, than by the behavior in itself. And I think that we might forget at some point, we might maybe like invest more energy into the process and the determinant and a bit less about the outcome. While at the end, you know, we are all doing this for one specific reason, which is changing a behavior. So it deserves to be like the top priority, I think, in terms of measurement and characterization. So now on a more positive side and in terms of opportunities, I want to give you like some of the things that did change for me when I started to work with time series. So it's very like a personal view on it. But again, since I'm working with physical activity time series, I've been thinking differently about a lot of different things, and I want to share it with you. So the first one is by looking at time series, I started progressively to think differently about key concepts. So Falko just introduced us to this concept of physical activity maintenance, and the paper he presented by Dom and himself is a great theoretical paper with all like the theories about maintenance and how it is like developed in the literature. But again, looking at hundreds of time series within intervention, etc., one question that I ask myself is, does physical activity maintenance like empirically exist? Are we able to observe it really in the literature? And I've been super struggle to find one picture of something that might look like to a physical activity maintenance. So here it's from a quite old school trial, because it's a 2012 or 2013 trial. And you can see a time series for one participant that was participating to a digital goal setting intervention for physical activity. And you can see that the number of steps is increasing. There is very low variability. That's quite strange. And then this person is maintaining a physical activity level over time. So to my knowledge, that's the best empirical demonstration of physical activity maintenance. But what I wanted to tell you is that most of the time we do not observe this trajectory, and we do not observe this shape. And in my own data, I never observed something like this. And most of the time it's way more complex. Like here, for example, where you have like a positive trend, then a drop, and then a second positive trend. And even more chaotic, most of the time series about physical activity that I'm looking at, they look like this one. So like super messy and noisy signal. And like it's been very challenging for my colleagues and I to observe like any form of maintenance in physical activity data. So that was one of the examples. Another concept that we recently investigated with some of my colleagues, and especially Dario Barretta, who led this tutorial, is the concept of resilience. And actually, it's fun because in the psychological literature, there are a lot also of definition of resilience. And it's quite difficult sometimes to understand like the differences between this definition, etc. While if you look at resilience in physics or in ecology, where they are much more into like time series and measuring the outcome at high resolution, it's very clear. And there is one definition. The field is quite clear on this domain. And resilience is how the system, so here it's a person, it's a behavior, physical activity, but it could be an ecosystem, it could be anything, how the system after a perturbation bounce back to the normal. So it's really like resilience in this field comes with time series. You cannot speak about resilience if you are not collecting time series. So with this tutorial, we try to provide a method to compute a resilience score, which is on the left side. You can see different resilience process after the COVID-19 for different participants. And basically, the higher the yellow part, the less resilient are the participants. And again, I came to this concept because it's very related to time series. And I don't think that I would have been able to move forward with this concept of resilience without doing time series analysis. The second thing that changed a lot for me when I started to work with time series is to think about the physical and social context. So this is a very generic model, and I know that in health psychology we have, I will say, like a model that looks a bit better and that goes into the detail about motivation, etc. So this one, I will say, is not the most appealing one maybe for psychologists, but still there is this part here, opportunity, social and physical, which is all the environmental factors that influence our behaviors that are super important. I have in mind, I should have put it here in this paper, but I have in mind some papers looking at the association between motivation and physical activity, controlling for precipitation. And we all know that when it's raining, it's killing everything, and it's taking all the variance in the model. So that's an important factor, and it's quite an easy one to get. So here the point is that when you have time on the x-axis, when you are looking at how some things change over time, so physical activity level, I think that it's more easy to think about this physical and social change and how things change over time. So here I'm thinking about like the COVID-19 pandemic in California for the first time series. We can see a big drop, which is related to the stay-at-home measure. And just below, like there is an example for extreme weather event. And again, when you are observing a time series, because of this time axis here, I think it's, to me at least, it was an invitation to take into account the context a bit more than what I was doing before. So then again, it's something that that Falko discussed before. Doing time series also pushed me towards more hagiographic approaches, and for good, I think. So here the point is that when you are collecting a lot of data points per participant, so here, for example, this time series, it's 250 observations for one participant, you can actually do statistics at the level of one individual. So I can do statistics just for one participant. And this obviously like helps you to understand like heterogeneity during an intervention or anything in a very, very granular way. So I can show you an empirical example. This is a picture from a paper we published in Health Psychology some years ago now. And it was about a digital intervention for promoting physical activity and based on goal setting. And we were manipulating goal difficulty during this intervention. And we were observing the effect of manipulating goal difficulty on the level of steps. And here, it's, it's obvious when you look at the plot. You can see that for one participant, the manipulation is working very well. So when we are setting like difficult goal to this participant is increasing his or her physical activity level. While for this participant, that looks like in terms of baseline steps, they are relatively similar. There is no effect of this manipulation. So this participant wasn't sensitive to the intervention. And again, this heterogeneity is something you can do in a low resolution paradigm by running like moderation analysis, etc. But I think that it's less powerful, obviously, than conducting like purely hagiographic research and looking at the individual level, like how an intervention impact different participants. Different participants. Something also that that I discovered with the time series analysis is the exploration of time varying association. So here it's part of the same study. You have the association between goal difficulty and goal achievement over time. So the cycles is approximately 2 weeks every two. I don't know why actually we choose like this cycle, but basically here you have 2 weeks of data, cycle 2, 2 weeks, cycle 3, 2 weeks, etc. And we can see the relationships between goal achievement. So when we set a physical activity goal to someone, is this person achieving this goal? And goal difficulty. And you can see that at the beginning of the study for this person, we have no relationships between the two, meaning that even for difficult goal, this person is achieving the goal. Like this person is adapting himself, herself to the difficult goal. And we can see that over time there is a drop. And when there is very difficult goal, the person is not meeting the goals anymore. And basically, like this person is like responding less to the goal setting manipulation over time. And I think it's very interesting, again, to look at this type of association at high resolution using time series. So like I can take an example, maybe it exists in the literature, I don't know, but we could do the same for physical activity and different motivational factors. And we might observe that there are strong association between, I don't know, attitudes and physical activity at the beginning of an intervention, while over time, this association will disappear, and maybe the association between identity and physical activity will start being significant. So it's the type of question you can answer with time-varying association. Now that I'm more and more working about the impact of climate change on physical activity, a question that I'm trying to explore now with this time-varying association is the question of adaptation. So, for example, I have one of my PhD students who is looking at the impact of heat, and especially extreme heat, on physical activity and sleep over a summer. And we are looking at how heat impacts the behaviors differentially at the beginning or at the end of the summer, with the hypothesis that maybe there are some forms of adaptation and you have like a smaller association between heat and physical activity at the end of the summer compared to the beginning. So again, just to give you another example. So I think that, again, Falko discussed this already just before, but thinking at high resolution and using time series is also an opportunity to think about dynamic and adaptive intervention. Because if you look at what does exist in the literature, so for example, the just-in-time adaptive intervention or the type of intervention that comes from engineering, so like control system engineering, like based intervention, they are all using as a key principles continuous monitoring in their design, meaning that they are always adapting the intervention over time based on the signals in terms of physical activity and how a specific participant is changing his behavior. So again, I think that if we want to move towards this more like dynamic and adaptive intervention, we need to have like a continuous monitoring. And actually, that's not a novel idea, because if you look at any type of practitioners, of clinicians, it's what they are doing. Like they are monitoring a specific outcome over time, and they are trying to give advices to their client or to their patient based on what they are observing. So in the e-health domain, I think that's the same issue. It's like accumulating the data over time and creating interventions that are like close to the data collection and that are reactive to the data collection. And actually, in terms of e-health intervention, I'm not super techno-solutionist, and I don't really believe into e-health for interventional purpose. So I think it's a great tool to collect data and to improve our understanding of a lot of things. I'm not sure it's a great tool to intervene, but something which looks like key in my experience is combining this continuous monitoring with in like personal feedback that can be delivered actually just online also, but like involving a human with this continuous monitoring. And I've seen a lot of very successful projects that were basically cleaning a bit the data, the time series for physical activity or different behavior. I have one intervention right now about diet here, where basically we are collecting diet with measurement burst over time. And our aim is to make these signals relatively easy to understand for a nutritionist to use it then in the intervention. So I think that also continuous monitoring together with like traditional practitioners' activities or health promoters is a very good combo. Something also that I discovered shifting to time series is the concept of, I would say, real prediction. So really trying to anticipate what will happen. And there are different ways of doing it. In the time series domain, you have a lot of methods for forecasting. So meaning that when you are looking at a system over time, you have methods to try to anticipate how the system will evolve in the future. I'm not doing this too much. But I've been working on this concept of early warning signals, which is, I will say, like a relatively old-fashioned concept in the domain of complexity science. It's a paper from 2009 in Nature that speaks about this. And the idea is that when you are looking at a system, so like a human could be a system, before the system will reorganize himself, so before you will observe like a shift in the system, a change in the behavior, you will have some critical fluctuation in the time series that can be an early warning signal telling you that something will happen. And very quickly, because it's a bit complex to explain, but we apply these methods to physical activity time series, and we observe the significant association between this critical fluctuation and significant losses. So here it's the orange triangles that you can see in the pictures. And each time you see an orange triangles, it's a loss of 20% of steps during at least 1 week. 20% based on the median level of steps for this person. And in this paper, we observe that there is actually some signals. There are signals in the time series for anticipating this loss in physical activity when you look at it again at high resolution. And I will finish with this. 7 is a good number, maybe. The last things was influential to me with all this time series and dynamic stuff is, again, Falko discussed this before, it's how we think about time in our models. And there are 2 great papers on this. One is from the management domain on the left, and the other one, it's more like talking to health psychologists from Urta on the right. And here the question is really to think about all the temporal questions that we are not addressing in our classical model. So here I'm just giving some example. Is physical activity and its motivational determinant changing on the same temporal scale? I think we have like implicit knowledge about this. So for example, in my mind, identity is something which is like a slow evolving process that will develop over time, while maybe self-efficacy or an attitude can be manipulated in a shorter time space. But we have very few empirical data on this, and we have also very few like theoretical like examination, or we have very few like theoretical paper talking about these different things. And I think it will help quite a lot our field to go a step forward in the way we think about our different concepts, determinant, and all these different things are occurring together. And here there is a tool which is great for this, and you can find some articles in the literature available, which is computational modeling, which is basically the formalization of a model, but in mathematical terms. And when you do this in mathematical terms, so for example, using differential equation, you need to have hypothesis about time. So you need to say, for example, I expect this output, let's say self-efficacy, to increase in this time frame, and I expect the effect to be on physical activity in this time frame, etc. It's really something which is part of the model, so it forced you to think about time. So as a conclusion, and again, it's based on my own experience, just having to work with time series and looking at physical activity time series for some years now. I think, as I told you, it really helped me to revisit some key concepts. Maintenance is a very important one, I think, and we have some research coming on this topic. It helped me also understand and take into account a bit more like the contextual information. So what is the impact of the environment on my studies? To conduct geographic research, because when you shift from a low to high resolution paradigm, you have a lot of data points per participant. So you can do statistics at the individual level. Sometimes it's not relevant because it's not heterogeneous, but sometimes it is very relevant. Also to develop like hypothesis of time varying association. So I told you about this question around adaptation that interests me right now. The design of adaptive intervention, because obviously when you are collecting data over time, you want to use this data to tune your intervention according to what you are observing. And again, it's it's an old idea because all clinicians are doing that all the time. So now the aim is to facilitate, I will say, this process. All these things around real prediction and early warning signals and forecasting that are, I think, very interesting too and very innovative. And I'm not working directly like in this field, but I think that our theories will benefit a lot from like more precise hypotheses about time. So just as a conclusion, and again, it's in my opinion, continuous monitoring, so true activity monitors for physical activity, is really the most interesting part of digitalization in the domain of physical activity promotion. Again, I do not believe that we will totally change physical activity promotion just by developing application and by putting like digital tools everywhere. But I really think that this contribution of continuous monitoring is key in this process. There is one limitation, and I've seen a question about this morning in the chat, is that so far, all these devices are very good for continuous monitoring for steps, but they are not good for accounting for different intensity. So for example, they are not super precise to tell you like how many minutes per day you spend doing moderate to vigorous physical activity. So it's a limitation because when you think about physical activity, we might have different complexity, different time series if we were looking at a number of steps or a number of minutes being like in a light or moderate or intense physical activity. But also, I'm not super techno-solutionist. I think that they are improving their algorithm, and maybe in some years we will have like devices that are more able to detect intensity. And then I would like to thank two of my colleagues that are like my fuel, I will say, for all these ideas. So Olga Persky, which is in San Diego, and we wrote this article, Innovative Methods for Observing and Changing Complex Health Behaviors with Olga, where you can find a summary of what I've said in this talk, in a sense. And also Dario Barretta, who is doing some magic with time series in terms of statistics, etc. And both they are coming with great outcome. So Dario, for example, is working on this concept of maintenance right now, and I think he will publish some very interesting papers in the next month. And Olga is working on this question of computational modeling, especially for smoking, a bit less for physical activity. But both are really doing like innovative things. So I encourage you to follow these two guys. And I'm done. Thank you.
Cheers, Guillaume. Many thanks for your talk. Any questions? Yeah.
Thank you, Guillaume, for your provocative talk. You were saying in the beginning of your intervention that you were questioning the usefulness of low-resolution studies. And I'm not sure we have to oppose low-resolution and high-resolution studies. And I think that they answer different questions, just. For example, high-resolution studies are very relevant to identify critical transitions or to examine inter-individual heterogeneity. And low-resolution studies are maybe more relevant to examine long-term maintenance of physical activity or to examine what happens at the level of the population on average. What do you think?
Yeah, I respectfully disagree, Aina. No, I think that I'm working in a place now where we have almost only epidemiologists. So when I'm talking about these things, I'm not on the same planet. And I think that for epidemiological studies, having snapshots or low resolution things are interesting. So for example, if you want to look at the association between average physical activity in a population and I don't know, average health status, for sure the low resolution paradigm is good. When we want to study change, so physical activity behavior change, seriously, my honest opinion on it is that we cannot work on physical activity behavior change without actually looking at this change. And because it seems that physical activity is varying a lot in very short time scale, and it's very complex and very noisy, I think that the only solution is to collect time series. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my opinion. Let's say.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay for change, but if you look at maintenance, because for example, you showed us a noisy signal to illustrate that maintenance is maybe not may not exist or is not empirically examined possible. But if you look at your noisy signal, if you look at the average, the mean, then you see that there is maintenance on even on your noisy signal.
We are conducting research on this, so especially it's Dario who is leading this, and so there are different methods. So for example, recursive partitioning is one method to say, okay, we want to detect period of time when there is an increase of, let's say, 20% of physical activity during at least, let's say, 3 months, even not 6 months. And we cannot detect it, that does not exist because there is too much variability. So sometimes for some participants, you can see a real developmental process and you can see something that looks like maintenance, as I showed you in my talk before. But for the data that I had play with for now, most of the time it's too noisy. And you have period where things are increasing, then you have a drop, then it's increasing again. Sometimes you have a positive trend, but then you have a drop, and then you have a lot of variability. So it's very, very difficult to empirically observe physical activity maintenance. And I think I will have to come back in some month when Dario will be done with the analysis to show you a bit, what we can see empirically from this data. And we are compiling different time series right now from very different contexts. And seriously, we have a lot of difficulties observing something that looks like maintenance.
Okay, yeah, I'm curious to see that.
Sorry,
I'm curious to see that when it will come out.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Will share it, don't worry.
Okay, other comments, questions? Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Actually, the difference between the high and low resolution was quite interesting. And I was wondering if when you want to do continuous monitoring, wouldn't there be two types of behavior change if the participants didn't wear Fitbits before? You want them to increase their physical activity and to wear this kind of device for 3, 6, and 12 months?
Sorry, I'm not sure to understand. Are you asking about the effect of giving a device to the participant?
Not the effect, but maybe you have also to change the habits of the participants to not that then they didn't wear this kind of device before, and now they have to wear it every day for 12 months.
Oh yeah, definitely, it's a challenge, for sure. I think it's way more easy to wear this type of devices compared to the old school research grade accelerometer. I've been working with both, and when you have a big red watch that cannot give you the time, that's quite struggling to ask the participant to wear it. So now with a small Fitbit, it's more easy. My experience is that with physical activity, we can get relatively good wear time. It's more challenging for sleep. So at night, we have a lot of participants complaining from wearing these devices. So it's an issue for sleep. But my experience so far with physical activity is pretty good. It's pretty good. But yeah, for sure, it's a challenge, and sometimes you have a lot of long wear time.
Do you have any experience with special population like individuals with chronic disease?
Yes, because most of the studies that I've been talking were on participants with respiratory or metabolic issues. So yes, I had a lot of difficulties this summer implementing a study in migrant workers. So we tried to recruit migrant workers working around Barcelona in the field of agriculture. and the digital literacy was very low, and that was very, very challenging to, I think like half of the sample did not wear consistently the device. So it's quite a lot.
Okay.
So, you know, always the same for sure. There are some population where it's a challenge to get good data.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Hi, Guillaume. Thank you for this talk. You and some previous researchers mentioned Fitbit as a physical activity tracker. My question was, how do you get the data? That is it the ownership of Fitbit, or do you have access publicly through an API or whatever?
Yes. Now I am not working with Fitbit anymore. I'm more working with WeSings. In the US, when I was working with Fitbit, we were using an API called FITA-based, and it's something which is made for research protocol and that help you to have access to the participant data very easily. You can download everything, etc., with an interface like that. Was super convenient. That's quite a shame, but for WeSings, it does not exist right now. So there are some APIs that are more open source that you can run on R, but my experience is that it's not working very well. And otherwise, you can pay some developer to create an API for yourself. I don't think that it's too expensive, but I haven't made it so far. And the last option is only working for small protocol. You can always get the data by creating the account yourself. So for example, you create an account with a false email address and you give the device to a participant. And when you have I don't know, 50, 60 participants to manage, it's still doable. And you have to log each time you want to check for one participant. So the best thing to have API, but I think that most of them are proposing it right now. But yeah, it's not always easy.
And so why did you choose Withing then?
Actually, it's a French company, and when I came back from the US, I tried to establish some contact with them, and I was interested in both buying some devices and also buying some data or having access to some data. I haven't been able to have access to the data, but I've been able to buy devices, obviously. So no, that was quite random. I'm not sure I would keep working with them in the next project.
Yeah, actually, I'm asking the question because 5 to 6 years ago, I've been negotiating with them to get some data and was even enrolled in a contest that they had done. But I really quickly understood that they will never give me any data. So they agreed that I work with their devices, but they don't want to give the data. So this is the reason why I was asking.
Yeah, it's very difficult to have access to the data. I have one of my colleagues in the sleep domain, but that's the same, that get access to millions of data from, I think it was Samsung devices, maybe something like that. But it takes time, to build confidence, and it's quite random. You met someone that can facilitate the process. It's quite random. I have a meeting actually with someone from Garmin in some weeks to see if we can have access to some data. We can pay it, or we will see.
Thank you.
Maybe we should have a look if we have online questions.
We don't have online question, but I have one.
Okay, Clément, please.
Hi, Guillaume. It's Clément Ginot. I have one question about that. At the beginning of the presentation, you said, okay, we do that, the low resolution method, because we learned that by our supervisors, and our supervisors learned that by their supervisors, etc., etc. So now there is a challenge if you want to spread this method. The high resolution, as you called it. And I know you have a lot of concern about climate change, about open science, and about methodology. So how can we learn to our students about this kind of methodologies with these three constraints? Because, for example, here at SENS, okay, that's great, that's very sexy, but how I do that? I don't know how, and I will need a lot of time to learn how to do this kind of statistics, which which watches I should wear, etc., etc. What do you recommend for the future to spread the message?
Yeah, I understand. Thank you, Clément. I think you are both right and false here, because you are right because for sure there are some statistical techniques for time series that hurts a bit the first time, and you know you need to spend time training yourself in doing this for sure. But now there are more and more tutorials. I have a lot of open access code. Like all my studies come from open access code. Dario is also releasing like tutorial, etc. So it's getting more and more easy, I think, to implement with R. And you are also false, I will say, because actually when you look at a time series, just plotting a time series, it's not that difficult. And it can tell you a story directly, you know, just like without performing any statistic. Just looking at a time series can tell you a lot about what is happening. So I think that for students, it's very relevant, because if you think about tracking, even just with self-report or with a smartphone, no, with like free app, you can collect some data. And you know, it's something I'm not teaching that much this last month, but it's something I would like to do. For example, if I was teaching this method, I would ask the student to run some form of self-experimentation, so collecting data on themselves during like 1 month, like the time of your course, if you can. And just, you know, plotting the time series, even on Excel, you know, like if you don't want to jump on R, but you have API, I think, online that exists also to plot time series. And to look at this concept of variability, you know, am I stable? Am I very like dynamic in the process? Is this an increasing trend, decreasing trend? It's all the things that you can observe by looking at a time series without actually doing any forms of statistics. So, and actually, if you look into the N of 1 domain, so all the literature in N of 1 trials, this has been done for clinicians, and it's quite simple most of the time to see the effect of an intervention looking at a time series, and again without running any statistics, just by looking at it. So I guess it depends on the objective. It can be more complex, yes. And you need to update a bit your, you know, like methodological skills, but it can also sometimes be very, very simple.
Okay, no more questions. Many thanks, Guillaume, and good luck with your eye. Take care of it.
Thank you very much. Thanks to you, and I hope I will be with you next time.
Yeah, we hope to. It's time for break, but maybe this time a real break now. If you want to go to the toilet, if you want to come back, maybe five big minutes. I don't know.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah,
5 minutes to not be too late. But if you want to walk a little,
we are challenging your self-regulation capacities.
And then we will hear Martin.
I move around. You don't hear a noise. Everything's okay.
So, welcome back, and we're pleased to have Martin for this presentation. So, Martin Hagger is professor at the University of California, Merced, and also at the University of
Vascular.
Cheers. And we will have a talk about imagery and planning interventions, interacting effects in health behavior context, and some suggestions for digital intervention physical activity. Martin, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alex. Hello, Grenoble. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the nice day that you ordered. As Alex introduced, I'm from California, and I'm traveled here from California. So unfortunately, even though it's the afternoon outside, it's 6:30 in the morning for me, and I've been up all night. So I'll try to sound authoritative in my presentation, but I apologize if I seem a little bit sleepy. Seriously, thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much for Aina and for Alex for inviting me to come and talk to you today. And it's really nice to see good friends and colleagues and some family as well visiting Grenoble. So I'm going to be talking today about some interventions that we've been developing using an interaction of two different behavior change techniques, imagery and planning. And I'll talk a little bit about how we've used those to try and change behavior at the group level, and also make some suggestions as to how they might be applied in the physical activity context for digital interventions. So here's an overview of what I'm going to be talking about today. I'm going to introduce imagery interventions. I'm going to introduce planning interventions and a particular type of planning intervention known as implementation intentions. I'm pretty sure some of you will be familiar with those kinds of techniques. Then I'll be talking about how we've utilized these synergistically to change behavior in a number of different behavioral contexts. And I'll give you 3 examples in alcohol reduction, reducing drivers' behavior in driving through floodwater, and also in the context of COVID-19 prevention behaviors. Now, those of you who are observant may notice that none of these interventions are in the area of physical activity, which may seem slightly unusual in a symposium on physical activity. However, I will talk a little bit about digital interventions as a mode of delivery, as a component of behavior change methods, and I'll outline some of the implications for these kinds of intervention techniques for physical activity interventions using digital modes of delivery. If you have any questions while I'm going along, please feel free to shout out. Okay, so what is imagery? Well, actually, it's a very well used strategy, particularly in areas such as business and in performance, for example, in sport. But surprisingly, it hasn't been used very often, very frequently, in the area of health behavior change. And that is changing, though. So imagery is an umbrella term for a number of strategies or techniques that are used to change behavior, enhance performance, and like I said, it has this long history. And it involves imagining or mentally rehearsing performing a future behavior, and one that is valued or desired by the individual. There are a number of different types. There are facilitator or practitioner guided types of intervention, known as guided imagery or functional imagery training. And there's also this other strategy known as mental simulations. And that's the one I'm going to concentrate on today. So, what are mental simulations? Well, this is one specific type of imagery interventions or visualization interventions. And it involves an individual imagining or visualizing doing a particular action, target action, and the resultant outcome of that action. So there are 2 types of mental simulation. Process, thinking about the steps toward that behavior and achieving that outcome, and outcome mental simulations, which is imagining the outcome, achieving the outcome, and the feelings of satisfaction that one achieves or feels when one has achieved that desired outcome. And so process mental simulations focus on these precise steps, the actual process of undertaking all the steps that are necessary to engage in that behavior, and the outcome is, again, thinking about achieving the goal or the intended outcome, but importantly, imagining how one would feel, feelings of positive emotions, satisfaction, and so forth, as a result of attaining that outcome. And those mental simulations need to be relevant, detailed, very clear in the mind of the individual, and visceral in order to be most effective. I'll get on to what makes these interventions most effective later on. So, mental simulations was this type of imagery that was first put forward by Pham and Taylor back in the end of the 90s. And here's an example of a script that was presented to those who needed to image in order to change their behavior, participants in their study. Now, their first study was in the context of studying behavior. It was a student sample, and of course the behavior is therefore extremely relevant. And you can see this is the outcome mental simulations. So it gets the target audience to visualize attaining the outcome, attaining the goal of the intervention. In this case, it was getting a high grade on your psychology midterm exam paper. And you can see it's very important that one of the important things that they emphasize, or issues that they emphasize, is to actually visualize those outcomes. And then the process mental simulation asks individuals, prompts individuals to think about those steps to obtaining the outcomes. And actually, people do intuitively use imagery in everyday life. And if you think about it, many times when you're thinking about your day ahead, for example, you visualize yourself doing certain things and taking the steps that are required in order to achieve the kinds of things you want to achieve during the day. However, in the difference between that sort of casual imagining or visualization and these kinds of mental simulation interventions is that it's very much formalized. It's very, there's this clear format as to how you might image, and a person is supposed to engage in the imagery in an environment where they are focused entirely on that specific behavior, or in this case, that's the specific outcome. So I did mention that mental imagery interventions or mental simulation interventions are relatively sparsely used within the health psychology, behavior change literature, but they're not completely absent. And so my colleague Dominic Comroy and I conducted a meta-analysis of imagery interventions that have been used in the area of health behavior change. And you can see that the imagery interventions had a small sized effect on changing behavior and changing intentions. There was also effect on psychological constructs that are purported to be involved in the mechanism of action as to how these simulation or these imagery interventions work. And the majority of the studies were in these kinds of health behaviors: physical activity, diet, and alcohol. Importantly, analyzing all of these studies enabled us to also to explore the sorts of conditions that determined the strength of the effect of imagery interventions. And you can see here some of those conditions or moderators. Imagery interventions were much more effective if there was more than one imagery intervention. So there was a follow-up component beyond the initial imagery exercise. In other words, participants participated in more bouts or a higher dose of the intervention, giving people detailed instructions on how to image or conduct their mental simulation or visualization intervention or exercise led to more effective interventions. And in fact, those who did not provide any instructions, the intervention had no averaged overall effect. Older participants were more effective than younger participants, much more effective. You can ask me later if you want to know exactly my hypothesis as to why that might be. And of course, studies using longer duration interventions were more effective. Unsurprising, because greater dose led to greater immersion in the imagery intervention and in the exercises. So imagery interventions seem to be effective, and particularly effective when under certain conditions, particularly conditions related to, dose of the effect and also the duration of the effect. So what is the mechanism of action? How do these imagery interventions work and operate in changing behavior? Well, here's a basic model as to how a behavior change intervention might work. When we look at the efficacy of intervention trials, generally we're looking at the influence of some sort of method, content of an intervention, a behavior change technique, on the behavioral outcome. So that sort of relationship there. But the mechanism of action implies that there's some sort of change, psychological change in this context, that occurs and is responsible to carry that intervention effect. So those psychological mediators can be derived from psychological theories. And we've seen and heard quite a lot about certain types of psychological theories and models that have been used to try to guide behavior change interventions, self-determination theory, for example, the health action process model, and so approach, and so on. So here's some ideas as to how imagery interventions work. This sort of middle pathway here suggests that imagery interventions impact behavior by changing people's self-efficacy. The mechanism there comes from Bandura's work looking at modeling, and in particular vicarious experience. And if you know a little bit about Bandura's ideas, that if you observe somebody else performing a behavior, it provides you with a guide as to how to do it, but it also fills you with confidence in order to perform it in the future. Greater self-efficacy. Now, in the case of imagery, if you imagine yourself performing the behavior, you become a self-model. So the idea is that it's a mechanism through vicarious experience. Mental simulations are proposed, or one of the proposed mechanisms for mental simulations. The imagery intervention affects behavior by changing emotion regulation. And in fact, what Pham and Taylor demonstrated is that individuals who engaged in these mental simulation exercises had lower levels of anxiety when performing the behavior in future. So they had lower levels of somatic responses, emotional responses. And again, that relates back to social cognitive theory. Somatic responses is another source of self-efficacy, because people who have lower levels of anxiety are not distracted by concerns or worries outside their person. Similarly, there's a sort of cognitive explanation as to why mental imagery interventions work, and that is by highlighting the salient cues that might line up the behavior. So 3 mechanisms by which mental imagery, mental simulations may work in changing behavior. So again, that relates back to that sort of overarching basic model of a behavior change technique or behavior change intervention. So just moving away from imagery interventions, another behavior change technique, and this time one with a very well-trodden path in terms of basic evidence for their support, are planning interventions. And I'm going to look at one particular version, which is known as implementation intentions or action plans. And again, this comes from the model of action phases proposed by Gollwitzer and Heckhausen way back in the 90s, and from basic research proposed by Howard Leventhal and co-workers. And the idea is that these kinds of plans facilitate people enacting their good intentions. Many of you will have heard the so-called intention-behavior gap. People often say that they will do some sort of behavior. They'll talk about their New Year's resolutions, and so they'll have a clear intention, perhaps, to change their behavior. But when it comes to the crunch, they don't necessarily follow through on those good intentions or those plans. So Gollwitz has suggested that one way to enhance people's enactment of their intention is to furnish those intentions with additional plans, particularly plans that link some sort of environmental contingency, like a cue, with the behavior itself. And so that's why he called them if-then plans. So if a certain situation or contextual cue arises in your environment, then you match it through forming the implementation intentions, you are more likely to perform that behavior when the cue arises. Okay, so it's a way of trying to link things in your environment that appear regularly with the behavior that you want to change, that you intend to change. So the idea is, if some sort of situation arises, I will do behavior X. And the condition is a context, a situation, a prompt, a cue, something in your environment that is likely to remind you of the behavior. And what you need to do when you're prompted to form implementation intentions is to explicitly make that association. Often that's associated, for example, with writing it down, or in some forms, collaborating with others to enhance the recall of that behavior and enhance the link between that behavior and the cue. And that's actually the mechanism by which implementation intentions are purported to work in changing behavior, by assisting recall of the intended action, but also linking it to this cue, making that link between the cue more effective, more efficient, a bit like a habit. What does an implementation intention look like? Well, here's a text-based depiction of what an implementation intention looked like. So you can see a person is prompted to state an if or a cue, and they're also prompted to state the actual behavior that's linked to that cue. And so here's a very mundane example, but an example that might be somebody in their workplace might suggest. When a certain time arises, a certain time of day, which is going to happen during one's day, then they pair that with the specific behavior that they want to change. And you can see there's also some very specific information about the behavior as well. And that's very important because it's important to have that level of specificity. As we know from research on social cognition models, the need to be very specific, very clear in terms of action, target, context, and time when you are specifying the kinds of behaviors that you're interested in. It's no good having sort of vague notions. When this contingency happens, I'll just do some exercise. It's too vague. So, what I'm going to do now is give you a few examples of some of the research that we've done fusing these two types of interventions. Now, why is that salient or important? Well, if you look at models of action phases, dual phase type models, they suggest that behavior change changing behavior is more likely to occur if people are not only motivated to change, but also if they have augmented that motivation, that intention, with these plans. So if we can change people's both their motivation, their level of intensity or intention for performing the behavior, alongside furnishing that with these plans, we may be able to synergistically increase the participation in the behavior. So here is the design of our intervention. So this was, I just realized that was actually me. I was pushing this button. So this is the design of our intervention. So it's a 2x2 design where we prompted, in this case, students who were drinking excessively in the United Kingdom. Not a surprise. And we prompted them to mentally image, reducing their alcohol intake. And we also provided them with a prompt to form a plan when and where they would do so. And so what you got was individuals who received a mental simulation, right, so a motivational type intervention only. So they were prompted to form this imagery to reduce their alcohol consumption, or they had a implementation intention intervention only. So they were prompted to form this action plan alone to perform the behavior. Those who received both and those who received neither. So here's an example of the intervention materials. I'm sorry it's a bit small, but I can make these slides available to you if you want them after the session. So we had one exercise where we got them to perform an imagery or perform an imagery exercise, and also to write it down. And that was important. Not only does it help reinforce the imagery after they've imagined performing the behavior and achieving the outcome, but it also serves as a fidelity check. Did they image in the way that we expected them to? So we content analyzed those notes that participants were prompted to make in their imagery exercise. And then in this planning exercise, you can see we prompted them very specifically to form these if-then plans. And you can see this was way back when I was still working in the United Kingdom. And so this is a bit of ancient history. But we had both of these exercises, and you'll notice it's delivered in a pen and paper format. Okay, so we used print versions of these and presented them to individuals, these students who were drinking excessively. We also measured some of the psychological constructs at baseline before the intervention and then after the intervention that we thought would be implicated in the intervention. Specifically, attitudes, perceived behavioral control or self-efficacy, and also a level of planning. You notice that this particular version of the intervention is for the combined group. So this is participants who received both the imagery intervention and the planning intervention. So this is a structural equation model, actually a path analysis, looking at the effects of the intervention on our follow-up variable, which were these alcohol intake at follow-up, a second follow-up. That isn't me. I'm not doing anything. As you can see, we have the baseline alcohol intake as controls on the subsequent follow-up. And we also have baseline intentions. And you can see, importantly, that the planning and the motivational or imagery intervention both had main effects on alcohol intake, negative because we were aiming to reduce alcohol intake. But importantly, we also had a significant interaction effect. And so we not only had the main effects, but also the interaction effects. So that's the first example. The second example is looking at reducing people's motivation or intention to perform or to not drive when the road is flooded. Now, this is a very specific behavior, but it's very pertinent in the context in which we conducted it. So this was conducted with my colleagues, one of whom is here, Kyra Hamilton, who led the project, in Australia, where you get these very rapidly developing flood situations on the roads because of very heavy rainfall in a short period of time. So, for example, somebody might drive to work on their regular route and it'll be completely dry, and then they might be driving home at the end of the day and it will have been raining and the road will be flooded. And it is extremely risky to drive through floodwater. Even a very shallow amount of floodwater can lead to a car being lifted off the ground and overturning. And there are fatalities, as of course, as well as heavy costs involved with driving through floodwater. And the message is, don't do it, even if you think you can. Interestingly, there's a massive gender disparity in those people who tend to drive through floodwaters and those who don't. Males tend to be much more likely to drive through floodwaters than females. Read into that what you will. Okay. So it's a very serious behavior, a behavior that has very serious consequences. And Kyra and I and a group from universities in Australia conducted these studies in collaboration with the Royal Life-Saving Society. Thank you. I was going to say institute. I had an institute in my head. Royal Life-Saving Society in Australia. And they are one of the organizations which is very responsible for messaging around driving through floodwater and prevention of those kinds of fatalities. So, what we wanted to do was to try and encourage these kinds of people to image these kinds of scenarios or situations and use that as a basis to change their behavior. So we did some pilot work, identifying the sort of kinds of beliefs and messages that we thought might be effective in changing those beliefs. And then we conducted an intervention, again, using imagery as well as planning as a way to enhance people's motivation and their actual plans to reduce the likelihood of them driving through floodwater in the future. And our primary outcome was intention to drive through floodwater, right? Because it is very challenging to get some in situ behavior for floodwaters, because we don't know when the floods are necessarily going to happen. But also our secondary outcomes were these psychological mediators through which we expected the intervention to work, particularly around sort of attitudes, perceptions of control, and self-efficacy. And so we had this pilot data that we collected from Australian residents, and this was a survey and a semi-structured interview to try and elicit those beliefs. What I'm going to be focusing on in this presentation is this second study, which is focusing on this intervention, using imagery to change motivation and using planning to promote conversion of those motives or their intentions into actual behavior. And so we had anonymous online surveys of these Australian residents, quite a large-scale study, and we used this sort of double-blind procedure, so those collecting the data and those performing the tasks didn't know what the purpose of the study was. Here's the study design, and this study was delivered using an online intervention delivery. So we had a web-based intervention delivery. So participants received measures of the psychological constructs. They had a welcome video. They were randomly allocated to the intervention, the control condition, and the intervention condition contained exercises which introduced individuals to the idea of not driving through floodwater and rationale behind that, some educational information. In addition to that, it also included practice on mental imagery, followed by the mental imagery exercise that prompted people to visualize not driving through floodwater, turning around, for example, if the road is flooded, and then also a plan to do so. And so we had this sort of intervention group and this control group that only received the education, so they didn't receive the planning and the imagery exercise. Then we had follow-up surveys, and 4 weeks later, a further survey measuring those outcomes, and in particular our primary outcome, which was intention change. And so here is the intervention materials. They're online. We actually employed an actor to talk the participants through the imagery and planning exercises, and also through a practice imagery exercise, which is a sort of very visceral exercise, getting people to image cutting through a lemon, and ask them to sort of visualize the emotions and the feelings that they get when doing so, because it affects people's senses. And then you had these process imagery and outcome imagery planning and planning mental simulation interventions. So the intervention led to changes in intentions, significant reductions in norms for performing the behavior, perceived norms, and also increased action planning and with respect to avoiding driving through floodwaters. We also had changes in intentions and norms post-intervention for the control group, but not at follow-up, not at the time 3 follow-up. So it seems that for the intervention condition, we had an effective, or the intervention was effective in changing people's plans or intentions to drive through floodwaters. And you can read all about that study in that paper there. We also did some further exploratory analyses and demonstrated that intentions and subjective norm change was stronger or larger in males, probably because they had much further to go in terms of change, as I intimated earlier. And the intervention effects on post-intervention, perceived behavior control, self-efficacy, and so on, was much greater for those with low or modest baseline intention. So it's more effective for those who were sort of lowish in terms of their intentions to drive through water, or low intentions not to drive through floodwater. So it seems it's more effective in those who had further to go. And again, that was exacerbated in this gender moderator. So that's the second example. Third example, we used this strategy in the context of COVID-19 preventive behaviors. So the pandemic offered the opportunity for us to examine whether these strategies worked in this particular context. And again, this is with colleagues in Australia, and was led by a graduate student, PhD student at Griffith University. So again, we were focusing on a behavior that is likely to lead to effective outcomes, that is preventing the spread of COVID-19 infections. And so our target primary outcome was changing the frequency with which people touch their face with unwashed hands, right, which is obviously a key way in which infection spreads, particularly this infection, and also hand hygiene behaviors. So we had this sort of pre-registered, randomized controlled trial, and we had a 3-group design, and we had a persuasive communication, which is, again, sort of education-focused, introducing the idea of why one needs the rationale as to why one needs to increase their hand-washing behavior, reduce face-touching behavior with unwashed hands. And then we had these imagery and planning strategies next to this education-only message, which was the control group. And our primary outcome were these sort of self-reported hand hygiene behaviors, and the secondary outcomes were the social cognition mediators, theory-based mediators, through which we expected these intervention effects to work. So here's an example of some intervention materials that we had. And again, this was delivered online. So participants received these messages via an online presentation managed by survey software. So sort of fairly low tech compared to some of the digital interventions using mobile phone apps that you've been hearing about earlier, but digital and online nevertheless. And you can get these materials if you want online. These are freely available. So here's a snapshot of some of the findings from this study. In particular, change in those hand hygiene, face-touching hygiene behaviors was much greater in the implementation intention and imagery intervention compared to the education and control. Most importantly, this was for participants with low risk perceptions. The effects of the intervention were much weaker for those with high risk perceptions. In other words, people who were already perceived themselves as high risk for COVID-19 infections weren't affected by the intervention. In many respects, that's not surprising. These people are already probably changing their behavior, and therefore the intervention is probably less effective in those groups. In other words, very similar to the floodwater example, they had less far to go in terms of their change. Whereas those with low-risk perceptions didn't see themselves at risk of COVID-19 behavior. Their behavior was substantially changed, particularly by this implementation, intention, and imagery exercise. So much of the research that we've conducted, including this kind of research, has tended to focus on the effectiveness or the efficacy of these behavior change techniques. And as I outlined earlier, and this is just a more elaborated version, annotated version of that basic model of a behavior change intervention and how it works, its mechanism of action through these sort of psychological mediators. And so a lot of the research that we have done, particularly the research that I just introduced, demonstrated the effects of the behavior change techniques, imagery and planning, on the behavior change outcome, but also the effect here of the method on the modifiable factor, these psychological variables that are theoretically supposed to change and lead to the behavior change, or responsible for the behavior change. And so this diagram, if you like, illustrates that. One thing that we didn't do in these interventions, which would be important to do, is also to check that there is this mediation effect as well. And to do that, we would need to demonstrate change in these modifiable factors and change in the behavior concomitant with change or introducing the technique. One thing we haven't focused on in any great detail is the mode of delivery. Now, a lot of the kinds of things we've been talking about and hearing about today is very much immersed in this idea of mode or medium for delivering behavior change interventions. So using mobile phone apps, using online delivery, compared to other modes of delivery, for example, between a practitioner and a client, or via, for example, other media type messages, for example, posters or television advertisements, or just pen and paper advertisements like the example I gave with the alcohol intervention. Those comparisons are actually seldom made. So as Dombrowski and co-workers argued, and many others have argued, that actually the mode of delivery is another active ingredient. It's another behavior change strategy, effectively, or should be viewed at the level of behavior change strategy that needs to be considered when planning, developing, and interpreting the evidence for behavior change interventions. And the comparisons that I just spoke about, very seldom done. Very few behavior change interventions make systematic comparisons between interventions, the same interventions with the same method and techniques in an online or mobile phone, digital type delivery mode, method, with other types of methods. For example, client practitioner, and so on. And that seems fundamental to me, because we really do want to demonstrate that the intervention effectiveness is much greater than other modes of delivery. And there's an argument in favor of doing that, because mobile phone, digital type interventions are much more cost effective than having a practitioner, a therapist, a facilitator, somebody who is paid, right, to facilitate or to lead the intervention. And if we can demonstrate the effectiveness is as good as, or close to as good as, the more expensive intervention, then we have clear evidence that talks to this idea of cost effectiveness, for example. And of course, there are other benefits as well. relating to digital interventions, for example, high accessibility and so on. So that's really important, and we don't do it as researchers. So I think that is a key message from these kinds of research. And you know, I'm as guilty as anybody. I haven't made these comparisons myself in the research that I've done. But it occurs to me that this is something that we do need to do. I'm not saying it's not being done at all. I'm just saying that it's very seldom. It's a rare commodity in this context. And so, yes, this just sort of summarizes what I've just said in terms of mode of delivery as the sort of key moderator. And interesting, if you look back at the imagery interventions that I looked at, none of those comparisons, in the meta-analysis, none of those comparisons were made. And so we have these advantages of online delivery, as I mentioned before, in terms of their enhancement, their cost effectiveness, and so on, ability to check fidelity, ability to monitor more. I've heard a lot about the kinds of data, the really visceral and highly detailed, high-resolution data that digital modes of delivery offer. These are big advantages, but we also need to show that their efficacy is comparable. And there's also other future applications, right? So there's definitely a need for longer-term interventions. These interventions I've presented to you earlier, using this hybrid between these sort of motivational imagery techniques and planning techniques, have tended to be very short-term, relatively short-term, weeks and months rather than months and years. And then also looking at greater engagement or reinforcement. So can we increase the engagement of people with these kinds of digital delivery interventions? One of the things that, I don't have any hard data on this, but one of the things that intuitively occurs to me is that many of the digital interventions that use mobile phones, particularly for younger generation, and again I might be at risk of stereotyping here, don't focus enough on how people generally use those kinds of devices. So for example, delivering messages via smartphone apps. If you look at the way in which people generally tend to use those kinds of apps, it's very rapid. People are conditioned to flick through mobile phone data and mobile phone information and through apps on their phone, particularly younger people. And again, this is just anecdotal evidence. And my concern is that many of the interventions perhaps don't have the high fidelity that we want. In other words, the high engagement that we want is because we're giving people too much detailed information on these apps, and there is not enough engagement. They're not, the participants, the target audience is not engaged enough because of the way in which they've been conditioned to use the device or use the application. That's just a hunch. I've got no hard data on that, but that's just a hunch. That might be one consideration that needs further exploration, for example. Okay, so I want to thank all of the people who have contributed to this work. My team in UC Merced, my colleagues in Griffith, and of course, special thanks to my late great colleague Nikos Ntoumanis, and my colleague Adam Lonsdale. And I would like to thank you for listening. Too kind.
Many thanks, Martin. Yeah.
Thanks for the great talk. I have a question on the mental imagery.
Sure.
So your meta-analysis showed that there was a dose-response relation, and so greater exposure led to greater effects. And maybe I've missed it when you had the flood intervention. I don't know how long each phase lasted and how many of these mental imagery exercises they had to do. But I was also wondering if if you think of like phobia treatment, you get desensitization exercises, and so mental imagery there, I guess, is used to reduce the affect you feel. And so I was wondering if you expect like a linear relation or a curvilinear relation, or more like a decreased effects.
Like a plateau.
You know, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's right. I think I think this is true for a lot of these kinds of interventions. It's a really good point. Is that there is a danger or a tendency for some level of habituation to the technique itself. But I think in the case of these kinds, we're not talking about people doing these sort of imagery interventions sort of hourly. It's more like daily. And the idea is to reinforce the idea. And over time, particularly if there's this link between the cue or the environmental contingency and the behavior, the idea is that that happens, and therefore there is no need that occurs, and there's no further need because the person develops, for example, a habit of doing so. So there's no further need for the exercise itself. But that said, we don't have very good data on that. We don't have the kinds of high-resolution data in terms of time series that was discussed in some of the earlier presentations. So I can't talk from a position of strength there. That's just my sort of hunch.
Maybe if you interlace it with behavior, I mean, like in sports, you might imagine I'm gonna have this match, and you prepare for it, and then you have the match, and then you might continue.
Yeah.
For the next match. But if you don't have the situation or the behavior in between, my guess would be that just the mental exercise would lose its strength.
Yes, you're right. That's a good point. And actually, one way that might help facilitate that would be to ensure or to try to work into the intervention some sort of reflection, so that people were able to reflect on their performance of the behavior. And then that in itself, you know, then you get a level of self-monitoring of the behavior over time, which then relates back to the technique itself. So yeah, that would be a good, and again, that would be a good study. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thanks for the talk. Not sleepy at all, full of vitality. My question is about the added value of this combined effect, because in the first study, there was the same regression coefficient for the implementation of tension and for the combined implementation and tension,
yes, yeah,
and mental imagery. And I think there was only a follow-up measure, a post-test measure. And in the second study, the difference between the groups was in the duration. So do you think that the added value of this combination is in the duration? That's my first question. And the second one is the translation in a complex behavior, such as physical activity, because in the last two studies you presented, maybe we can say that it's not as complex a change behavior as physical activity maybe. Yes. Do you think it's a moderator of the effects?
Yeah, I mean, two very good points. I think in terms of the first one, I think it's very much dependent on the group and the level of motivation, right? So one of the assumptions that this makes, or this kind of interactive approach makes, is that you have people with relatively low in motivation, and that you also, once you've motivated them, or you've enabled them to form an intention or a motive to perform the behavior, you then furnish that with a plan. Now, it's possible you might get a whole bunch of people who are already highly motivated, in which case the motivation intervention may not have that much of an effect. And it's actually the planning effect that has the high efficacy. What's more likely is that you get a group of people where there's variability within the sample, right, of their motivation, and also variability to which they naturally plan. So you get people who are in different quadrants of the interaction, if you like, between high and low motivation, high and low intention, and high and low planning, naturally. And so the intervention will differentially influence those different kinds of people. And so to systematically evaluate, this is not a systematic test of that. So to systematically evaluate that, what you would need is to divide people into those different groups and then test the interaction effect, the the single effect and the interaction effect of both intervention types on those specific groups, relative to their sort of baseline level. Maybe better still would be to kind of manipulate their levels of motivation and their levels of planning before, and see whether the interventions help maintain that. So that's a couple of ideas, and that work we've not done it, and I don't know of a study that has. So I think those would be very important to do, and I think it could be done relatively easily, experimentally. So, yeah. I forgot the second question.
Yeah, but the complexity of the behavior.
Yes.
Change physical activity behavior maybe a bit more complex than reducing the driving on food, water. I don't know. Maybe. What do you think?
I think so. They're all quite complex behaviors. You know, alcohol as well. You know, so again, I don't know. I don't know. We didn't code the behaviors in the meta-analysis for complexity. Now I know that has been done because I've done it for other studies, for other meta-analyses, where you would code the behavior, the target behavior in each study for its level of complexity. You know, how many sub-actions there are, for example, and so you could probably, and you know, there's a clear difference between something like, I don't know, brushing your teeth, right, for example, and physical activity, absolutely. And so if you could come up with some sort of rudimentary comparison or rudimentary coding of studies targeting different behaviors and make those comparisons, that would be worthwhile. And I don't know whether that's been done. And maybe an updated meta-analysis might be able to show that. So the short answer is I don't know whether the complexity would be a moderator.
Good question.
Yeah, very good question. More questions than answers, actually.
Thank you for this very stimulating talk. I've been working on mental imagery myself, so I was really interested. But bouncing on the question of the task, I was wondering, well, the behavior that are targeting our desirable behavior, I would say, or positively evaluated in a society, okay, change, eat healthier or just move more, etc. I'm working on a project on eating insects, and for many people it's just yuck, you know. It conveys disgust. So I was just trying to imagine how this technique of mental imagery could be used, knowing that the targeting behavior, which is that insects becomes like a daily food, you know, how, or would it be feasible, and how we could implement this technique of mental imagery?
Good question. I think it would depend where you live.
I mean,
in
Europe.
Of, yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, absolutely. No. You know what? I think this probably relates back to some of Bandura's work, actually. And I think possibly this could be part of those kinds of interventions where, for example, you would use graduated imagery, just like Bandura used gradual vicarious experience, slowly introduced, for example, snake phobics, to the idea of even looking at snakes, let alone touching, handling, and so on. And so you could use it as part of those kinds of interventions where you gradually introduce the idea. I think probably not mental simulations, because that tends to be a kind of, you know, delivered by apps, mobile phones, that kind of stuff, or text-based. But if it was used carefully with a facilitator or, some sort of therapist who would use mental imagery in conjunction with other forms of vicarious experience, that could be part of changing that kind of behavior. It's a very specific behavior. Yeah, sure. Yeah. And also it's could be tied up with, phobic kinds of perceptions and beliefs.
Well, my question could be more general. Well, thank you for your answer first, but my question could be more general about whether this technique can be used for a behavior that is not that socially desirable.
Yeah, I think so. Strictly speaking, it can be used for any behavior, just like therapy can be used for any behavior. But this is one where I think the mode of delivery becomes very interesting, actually. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, a quick question also for mental simulation. You talked about two types, process and outcome. So maybe in your meta-analysis, did you evaluate which one works better to change health behavior?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, and so
process.
Process. Okay, because it's more precise.
Yeah, and it's more focused on the steps that you need to take, whereas the outcome, focusing on the outcome, doesn't provide you with a mental model as to how you get there. So, I mean, Pham and Taylor were kind of saying, well, you should have both in your intervention, but the process seems to be generally more effective. One of the interesting questions, which I don't think has been addressed, is when one is more effective than the other, or whether furnishing a process simulation with an outcome simulation is more effective, less effective, or the same. In other words, does outcome do anything, right? And Pham and Taylor argued that that's the case. And actually, there are interventions that show that outcome interventions or outcome mental simulation interventions are effective on their own. We've done one. But the effects are relatively modest.
And did you evaluate also the mode of delivery, so between online and with therapist?
No.
No.
No, we didn't have enough data on that. There weren't enough online interventions.
Usually it's online, yeah.
Yeah.
Could be interesting.
Read the study.
Yeah, I will think about it. Thank you.
No problem.
Other comments, questions? Probably we don't have any questions online. No. Okay, if it's okay. Many thanks again for your presentation. One last active break. Yes, no?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. It will be a stretching break, don't worry. I invite you to stand up if you can, if you want. Up. Okay. Yeah, so then we're gonna follow your lead, actually. We're gonna stretch a little bit before the last presentation. So I invite you to take your arm, two arms like this, and to go up and to try to touch the floor and to relax, like this. You can breathe in when you take your arm to the stairs, to the floor, and breathe out when you go down. Okay, we're gonna do it one more time. Breathe in, try to touch the floor, and breathe out. Okay, I think it will be enough just for take some oxygen in our brain, in mine too. Then we're gonna start the next presentation. Thank you.
Okay, last presentation of the day. It will be shorter because we are all a little bit tired for now. But I'm pleased to be with Silvio Mantegletti and Lion Flessler for this last presentation.
Thank you, Alex, for this opportunity to talk. So I'm not only the coach of the Active Break, I'm also a PhD student at the SENS laboratory. And we're going to talk about the perspectives of digital means for sports and exercise psychology interventions. And we're going to take the example of approach avoidance tendencies. So I think all agree that physical activity is beneficial for our health. And in my PhD, I try to understand how we can promote this behavior, especially among individuals with chronic diseases, who can benefit more of physical activity. And specifically, I focus on the role of affective mechanism in the promotion of physical activity. So affective mechanisms are basically all mechanisms related to affect. Okay, thank you. But what does it mean? It means that I try to understand their role at different levels. First, I try to understand how, at an experiential level, when someone exercises, how they feel, if it's like a pleasure or displeasure when they exercise, and if this particular valence can predict subsequent physical activity levels, behaviors during the week. But also, I try to understand the link between affect and physical activity at a more conceptual level, such as the association that you can make between physical activity in general and pleasure. And especially here, I'm going to talk about approach avoidance tendencies. Basically, there are implicit automatic processes who can prepare your organism to act on something. For example, if you have an opportunity, a physical activity opportunity, like to take the stairs, is your body more tempted to approach the stairs or to avoid it and to take the elevators? And so, in one of my studies, I try to retrain these approach tendencies through patients. And I work with myocardial infarction patients in an exercise-based rehabilitation program in Geneva. And I try to implement an intervention who aimed to train their approach tendencies towards physical activity. So twice per week, there are two groups, one placebo and one training group. Twice a week during 6 weeks, in addition to their current exercise-based rehabilitation program, they will participate to a visual approach avoiding by the self task, the VAST, and we're going to try to retrain them to more easily approach physical activity opportunity when they go out of the rehabilitation center. And then to ensure the effectiveness of the interventions, we're going to take some measure after. Sorry, Guillaume, we're going to take the 1 week, 1, 3, 6, and 12 months follow-up of physical activity by accelerometers and also with self-report data. Unfortunately, I do not have any results to present today because the intervention is ongoing, but I already have, after a year of intervention, some methodological issues. First, the task itself is boring. Actually, some patients are thrilled to use a touchscreen tablet, but when they start the task, they say to us, it's boring, I can't do this for 6 weeks. And then the participant can't take the touchscreen and continue this kind of training after when they go home after the program. So these limits led us to two problems: how to favor participant engagement in such intervention, and how could participants continue to train their approach tendencies after the intervention. Silvio, do you have any advices for us?
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you for this pass. So I'm going to present my work, which focuses on automatic self-control. Basically, how people can react to motivational conflicts and how can they resolve them using more efficient, effortless strategies. So I'm also focusing on approach avoidance training. And actually, what Ryan just presented to you was based on a so-called associative account of approach avoidance trainings, which means that people are retrained to approach physical activity stimuli, to avoid sedentary stimuli without any consequences. The thing is that across years, studies have shown that people need to be aware of the consequences of their actions so that the effectiveness of approach avoidance trainings was actually there. So it's been proposed that people not only needed to be retrained to approach physical activity stimuli, but also to associate these actions with some consequences, with self-relevant consequences. That's exactly what the inferential perspective proposes. And emblematic of the inferential perspective, the ABC training procedure has been proposed in the food and addiction domain. And it's a personalized approach avoidance training during which people can select antecedents that they are like at-risk situations in which a motivational conflict is likely to be triggered between physical activity alternative and sedentary alternatives, and of course to select self-relevant consequences. I'm going to show you how it works. So people can first select self-relevant consequences, such as being physically active to improve their mental health. Then they can select self-relevant physical activity alternatives, such as cycling, sedentary temptations too, watching TV, lazing, doing nothing, and using a smartphone, for example. And then they select at-risk situations or barriers to their physical activity. And then they have to approach physical activity stimuli in the presence of sedentary temptations, and crucially, compared to an associative account of approach avoidance, they are getting some consequences for them. Here, when they approach physical activity, their physical appearance is increasing, and the avatar is becoming more energetic, happier. And we try to compare the ABC training procedure against two other experimental conditions. Typical approach avoidance training, in which people were retrained to approach physical activity in 90% of trials, and a placebo, a control training, in which people were equally instructed to approach physical activity and to approach sedentary stimuli. Then, just after the training blocks, we measured some secondary outcomes, including free choices in a free choice task. Which activity would you choose between cycling and lazing, for example? We also measured their implicit attitude, other deliberative constructs that are likely to be mediators of the intervention. And finally, 7 days after the intervention, we measured their self-reported physical activity. Our population was composed of 360 middle-aged US adults who were recruited on the Prolific platform, that is likely a limitation of the study. They all reported the intention to be physically active, and data were analyzed using linear and zero-inflated regression models. What did we find? First, regarding the primary outcome, we did not find any significant effect of the experimental conditions
on self-reported physical activity. Participants who were trained with the ABC training were not more physically active than participants in the two other conditions, even if descriptively we observed that participants in these conditions were more likely engaging in at least one bout of physical activity and also reported higher mean physical activity levels. However, regarding the secondary outcomes, in the free choice task, participants in the ABC training condition were more likely choosing physical activity alternatives over sedentary ones in about 58% of the trials, against only 40% of the trials in the two other experimental conditions. And also, they were faster when doing so, meaning that the automatization of these choices had been likely to occur. We also observed, regarding the implicit attitudes, that participants in the ABC training conditions were reported more positive implicit attitudes as measured during an implicit association test, which is consistent with the inferential hypothesis, suggesting that the retraining participants to approach physical activity and to associate consequences with these choices will change the associative system stored in memory. So these encouraging findings will probably lead us to retrain participants in multiple sessions of training so that we can assess the effectiveness of this intervention after several attempts, and also to use finer grained measures of physical activity, and especially physical activity measures that will target the behavioral alternatives that were chosen by participants. But once again, we want to ask you how to favor participants' engagement in such interventions, which are likely to be boring, and among whom and when are these interventions the most effective. But maybe that my mate, Alex, will have some insight.
Yeah, thanks, Silvio. So yeah, that's interesting because something that you've done made me thinking about something called gamification. So gamification is traditionally defined as the use of game design elements in non-game context. In other words, the idea behind gamification is to integrate into daily life activities, such as boring ones like your task client, the ingredients that make games enjoyable in order to motivate participants to engage in. So the idea of gamification is to implement gamified strategy, such as points, trophies, leaderboards, in a classical task in order to have more motivation to do this task. So interestingly, a systematic review of 2017 showed that gamified interventions were on online programs were effective to increase engagement in these online programs. So using this different strategy will have a positive impact on the use of the different online settings. For me, so like Silvio and Lian, I'm a PhD student at the SENS laboratory too, and my research focuses on the use of digital intervention to promote physical activity, and more especially gamified interventions. So on different studies, we found that gamified intervention, and not only in this meta-analysis published in the Journal of Medical Research, we found that gamified interventions were effective to promote physical activity, both during the intervention, but also after follow-up periods. And this is interesting because it suggests that the potential effect of gamification on the behavior is not just due to a novelty effect, and is not just a short effect, and can be sustained at least some weeks after the end of the intervention. So we also found in another study a positive effect of age on the intervention effect. And it's a little bit counterintuitive because it means that the older were the participants, the more effective was the intervention. And at first we can think that gamification could be more suited to younger populations, but with this first result and the other from the meta-analysis where we found no interaction between several moderators such as the age, the health status of participants, and the effect sizes, we suggested that gamification could be an entry point for participants with low literacy, ultimately facilitating the onboarding of these participants in the intervention. So, to answer your first question, gamification could be interesting to maybe improve the engagement of your participants in the task, and maybe even your older participants. And to answer you the third questions about how can we continue to train people when they go back home after the end of the program. Of course, if we can maybe transfer your task on a mobile app or a website that could be accessible to participants from their home. And this is very interesting because at all the digital interventions, it offers a unique opportunity to increase the reach and the use of participants even when the intervention is over. But also, as suggested by Falko and Guillaume before, it can be an interesting way to collect data in natural context and maybe use this data to inform a new intervention, like, for example, a just-in-time adaptive intervention when the data collected with your psychological task serves could be used to tune the intervention in real time and to adapt the intervention content to the states of the participants. But if it seems very promising before to finish this talk, I would like to highlight that maybe first we need to consider the feasibility and cost of such development. So here it's a number that I like, and this highlighting that developing an app is very time consuming and of course money consuming too, and we need first to do a lot of feasibility, a lot of UX development maybe to see if it will be used by the participants in real life, and to maybe avoid some result that you had in some studies to be at the end, but to have no significant effects. So this is the idea for this talk. If you have any questions, we will be very glad to answer it, and if you have suggestions, and we will love to have your suggestion and your ideas about could such intervention be interesting for the patient and could be feasible in practice. Many thanks.
Thank you.
Just a comment as opposed to a question. Thank you for your presentations, first of all. In terms of engagement, just to reiterate the point that Anne made in her presentation, user involvement right from the beginning is very important. And in Denmark, we have a Center on Citizen Science, which is all about getting citizens involved right from the beginning of conceptualizing the project and to how you design it. So if you develop an app and you think it's interesting, but you haven't really done the code development part, and then you're wondering why people find it boring, maybe you have to retrace back your steps and see how much these people were involved in the original phases.
I totally agree.
Maybe that I can answer.
Yeah.
So actually, before running the fully powered experiments, we also conducted a pilot experiments, and it revealed that the ABC training condition was more acceptable than the typical approach avoidance training.
it was more enjoyable. Instructions were clear also, so it was okay for us to move to the fully powered experiment. But of course, we should refine the procedure and stuff.
If it's okay, maybe. Yeah, Clément?
I have a question, not a question, but maybe an idea. Because developing an app is very time and money consuming. Is there some initiative that you know that, for example, researchers approached companies that develop an app? For example, you go in the app store, you have some games, etc. And often you have to put time or effort to have more money, etc., etc. And maybe that could be an idea to contact these companies to say to them, okay, maybe we have another way to engage people in your game. Maybe you can connect the accelerometer of the smartphone, and the more they move, the more they will have money in the game or something. Do you know if something is developing like this, or it's a question more for you, Alex? Yeah.
So your question is if I know some procedure to do this collaboration with. Yeah.
You are developing application especially for that. But do you know if someone asked it to a company on the after to say, maybe we can change your game or something like that? Maybe that could be an idea to be less money consuming.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, this is not often the case because researchers use an app available on the App Store and had some behavior change techniques, some training on this one, but they're not collaborating directly with the developers. And this is why we don't have so much collaboration. But indeed, it could be very interesting. And it's part of a more general questionment about the fact that all around the world, researchers and companies are developing modules, are developing algorithms, are developing things, but we do not share anything at each time. We are starting from zero. So it's part of the Open Digital Health Initiative promoted by Dominique Alcoivziska and other colleagues that aim to say, okay, now we need to share competencies, to share tools, to share elements, to gain time, to gain money, and to be able to test things more quickly in a more iterative process in order to advance science and research more quickly. If it's okay for everyone, many thanks. And I know if you for the general closing.
So just a few words. Many thanks again to our speakers for their insightful presentations. It was an intense day, but enriching day, I think. So many thanks again. Many thanks to the members of the SENS Lab for their help in the organization of the symposium, and for the MSH Alp for welcoming us here. Thank you.